And we are live. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away, and now what we are doing is we're going to be watching some more scenes from the Depp trial, and then we will also talk about some other things, too, like the aliens, etc. Alright, so now flipping over this way. Let's go over here. Alright, here we go.
All right. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, your next question. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Spiegel, before we took the break, you were talking about the correlation between domestic abuse, heavy alcohol abuse, and cognitive disorders. Does the literature support your testimony on this?
Yes, the literature fully supports everything I just said. With that interaction.
Thank you. Now, you indicated that you reviewed Mr. Depp's video depositions. Is that correct? The
Yes.
ones from November 10 through 12 of 2020 and December 14 of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you reach any conclusions about his cognitive symptoms, insight, and judgment in watching those?
So during the video deposition, what was readily apparent was a gentleman who had a significant delay in processing speed. And like I said, when you have a delay in processing speed, many other cognitive functions are going to follow. You're going to be impaired attention, concentration, memory. All that's going to happen. In terms of having to, the speech process, if you heard the deposition, the way the thoughts were conveyed were much more in the way of kind of disconnected, disjointed statements. It wasn't that they were not necessarily understandable, but they didn't have any coherent pattern until he was more structured by Ms. Bredehoff to kind of get to the point of the question, which happened throughout most of the deposition. And so you could see there that there was obviously some form of cognitive issue that should not be happening in someone in their mid-50s. I think probably due to the alcohol and substances.
What, if any, observations did you make about impulse control?
So during the deposition? Or,
Yes, or,
okay.
and,
or any
and
other
on the
time?
record evidence either.
So again, I think that under the guise of not being acutely intoxicated, I think Mr. Depp was able to control much of his behavior, much of his thinking, even if it was aberrant or negative, he was able to control that. I think that once you start getting to the point of adding substances to that, that will set it over. If you saw the video, I think you all did, about the in the kitchen where there was smashing of glasses, slamming of cupboards, and yelling at Ms. Heard that you don't exist. And throughout the deposition of Dr. Kipper, Mr. Depp is firing him and rehiring him and yelling and screaming. And I do believe that a lot of it had to do with the interaction of, hey, we're trying to help you get sober, okay? And it is obviously something you are resisting, not ready for, not wanting. And so you saw a lot of yelling, a lot of acting out, if you would, which puts you on the state of, hey, this is a gentleman who has really significant trouble with delaying gratification, okay, delaying reward. And certainly one way to make that significantly worse is with substances. There's no question about that.
And you may have subsumed this in, but what, if anything, did you observe relating to erratic behavior based on the record evidence?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, when you talk about erratic behavior, Dr. Kipper's deposition, I believe it was, where, and I think I made particular note of this only because I'm a psychiatrist myself. There was a very large ranting about Dr. Cowan, who was Ms. Heard's psychologist therapist. And the language, you can be dissatisfied with your provider. I have no problem with that. You could be dissatisfied and you have the right to go to wherever you want to go to. But the texting that were involved in this in terms of erratic behavior was disturbing in terms of the verbiage used, the phrases used. Am I free to use some of the language, or should I reserve that, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I can?
Believe me, the jury's been hearing it.
Okay, all right, I want to make sure. I want to make sure. Okay, so it's something along the line that Dr. Kipper is an effing charlatan. He ought to...
Objection, hearsay.
He's entitled to rely on it and to give his examples.
He can talk about what he developed from the hearsay, but not repeat it himself.
He's entitled to give examples of it.
I'll sustain the objection.
Without giving the exact words that you recall.
Oh, without giving the exact words?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, without giving the exact words, it was basically vulgar language directed towards Dr. Cowan throughout multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy. It was, like I say, it was without relaying the exact thing. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can. And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts or therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's keeping it more general, and he's entitled to rely on.
Overruled.
Thank you.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him. And actually what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was kind of teaching Amber how to misheard, how to use conflict resolution in a more appropriate manner and learning to express things more rationally rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed. And for that, there were a lot of negativity being sworn at. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text, but I have no problem with people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless, I think we have seen in terms of erratic behavior much of the psychological and the physical maltreatment we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I don't agree.
I'll sustain. Next question.
Okay. Mr. Depp is 58 years old. Are the behaviors that you have been describing for the jury, are those typical and age-related?
No, so while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59, okay? I will tell you that the age-related changes that occur in humans are very erratic, hit and miss, meaning they'll occasionally be there. You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or pull things out of memory. You're just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what effects may it have? I mean, this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
Yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So
yeah, please
So
explain.
the effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, tardive dyskinesia, et cetera, or at least it's a very low risk of that. So people have used it off-label, physicians have used it off-label to help.
All right, here are some scenes from Rottenborn versus Depp. And switching over to that one for a second, and then we'll go back to this. Okay. Shout out to the spaceship cats. All right, let's see this.
This wasn't the first time that you talked about Amber hitting the wall hard. Let's pull up Exhibit 213, please.
Hitting the wall hard based on the
We'll just take a look at the
accusations
next
that she
exhibit, Mr.
brought.
Depp.
I'm sorry, I was talking. Is that all right?
You would answer my question. We'll take a look at the next exhibit. Thank you.
yeah. As long as you're happy, sir.
On your screen, please.
I
sorry.
figured that out.
The top
Thanks.
text on the screen.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a specific, if it was third from the bottom or somewhere around the corner. What would you like me to do?
This is Mr. Depp, on February 4th, 2014, you tell Mr. Witkin, Amber and I hit the wall hard. You see that?
I do, sir.
And that's the same phrase that you used in your text to Mr. Carino from 2016 that we just read, correct?
They are similar words, but they have different meanings. If
Can we
I
pull
don't know
up
if that makes sense to you, but
exhibit passed out in a chair during daylight hours?
again, isn't passed out. That's a very specific term. Sleep could be one.
Is the status compound?
You're complaining about her ambition in this text to her, to Dr. Kipper, correct?
I'm realizing that her ambition is far stronger than her supposed feelings for me, yes.
And there's nothing about this text that's trying to protect her.
Protect her? From what?
And you tell Dr. Kipper, I cut the top of my middle finger off in this text, correct?
It's just the way it was worded. It doesn't mean that I actually literally cut my finger off after, at the age of 12, finding the only thing that gave me peace, which is playing the guitar. Very unlikely. Why didn't I start lopping off digits when I was 13 then?
Just the way it was worded. Now, Miss Heard wasn't worries about you prior to that date, weren't there?
So I've been in the racket of Hollywood since 1984.
Mr. Depp, I'm asking you a yes or no question. There were plenty of negative news stories about you prior to May 27th, 2016, correct?
From 1984 up until then, they're both. So, of course, people write negative stories.
Sure. And when order lifted in 2016, did you?
I don't. If she wanted a
It's a
restraining
yes or
order.
no question. You didn't try to get the restraining
No,
order.
why
did
would
you?
I?
And you,
It's
the first one is
Generated
called
by
the,
Ms. Heard's publicity team.
Mr. Depp, we're gonna try to get through this as quickly as possible.
I'm just
I'm gonna ask you
stating what
about
they
the
are,
first
sir.
one. Well, we're gonna talk about them. The first one is entitled, is from The Guardian. Do you see that?
Apparently drunk.
Yes, and this is an article from November 15th, 2014, entitled, "Apparently Drunk Johnny Depp Cut Off at Hollywood Film Awards Ceremony," correct?
That's what it says, yes, sir.
And the next article is an article from May 7th, 2016. It's entitled, "Johnny Depp, Friends and Family Seriously Concerned About Him. Here's Why."
Yes,
Correct.
how did they know?
The next article from May 1st, 2017, before Ms. Heard filed for a restraining order, a year and a half before she published, no, sorry, this would be after, May 1st, 2017. The headline is, "Johnny Depp has a clear and epic sense of entitlement, ex-managers say." Published
Yes.
in the Hollywood Reporter, correct?
I was in a lawsuit with them, sir.
The next article from May 10th, 2017.
Okay, so the hacking, in my opinion, Mermaid could be more. She could correct me if it's not true, but yeah. So the hacking means someone got into her account and took over it without permission. I think that's what that means. All right, continuing. It's kind of weird because yesterday the YouTube home screen wasn't working. Hey, Brian. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. All right. And yeah, shout out to you, bro. And yeah, so somebody an unknown troll of some kind hacked her. Becca Scoops.
Is entitled, "Johnny Depp, a star in crisis and the insane story of his missing millions." Did I read that right?
That's straight from the same lawsuit, sir.
The next article, also from May 10th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, says, "Johnny Depp reportedly drank heavily and was constantly late on the new Pirates movie set." Did I read that right?
You did, reportedly.
The next
These are
article,
all hit
also
pieces.
from May
These are
10th,
drags, sir.
2017.
This
Mr.
is
Depp,
a pathetic attempt.
Mr. Depp, please just respond to the question that I'm asking.
That's true.
The
though.
next question,
Rotten
the
boy.
next document, an article published in Vanity Fair on May 10th, 2017,
Yes.
is entitled, "Johnny Depp's Financial Woes Might Sink the Next Pirates of the Caribbean." Did I read that right?
You did, I don't know
The
how
next
my
article,
financial woes would do
May
that.
25th, 2017, a year and a half before the op-ed was published, an article entitled, "Where Did It All Go Wrong for Johnny Depp? After a string of flops and a ton of bad press, Johnny Depp's star power looks as wobbly as Jack Sparrow on a plank." Did I read that right?
You read that very, very well.
The next one, Hollywood Reporter, May 27th, 2017. Headline, "Pirates of the Caribbean, the diminishing returns of Johnny Depp." Did I read that right?
You certainly did. Hollywood Reporter were very nice to me at the time.
July 12th, 2017. Why are all of Johnny Depp's movies bombing at the box office? Did I read that right?
You certainly did.
November 4th, 2017. A year and a month before Amber published the op-ed. Headline, "Johnny Depp allegedly showed up drunk to movie premiere, reports say." Did I read that
Allegedly
correctly?
Reports say. This is hearsay. is
June
it not?
21st,
Your
2018,
favorite
6 months before the op-ed was published. Vanity Fair article, "The Real Reason Johnny Depp Used an Earpiece on a Film Set."
I
They-
think
they
that's
already-
what I
Read
in
that
court the
correctly.
other day. Oh, you did, yeah.
They explained
June
that.
21st, 2018, 6 months before the op-ed was published. A Rolling Stone article entitled, "The Trouble with Johnny Depp. Multi-million-dollar lawsuits, a haze of booze and hash, a marriage gone very wrong, and a lifestyle he can't afford inside the trials of Johnny Depp." Did I read that right?
You did. You should read the article. It's
And the last
wonderful.
one, June 22nd, 2018, Daily Mail, "Vodka for breakfast, 72-hour drug binges, and spending sprees that beggar belief. Alison Boshoff reveals why Hollywood's reeling over what's being called Johnny Depp's career suicide note. Did I read that correctly?
Where's
You
the
did. Who's
abuse?
Alison Boshoff, and how does she know?
Mr. Depp, you can't name
Oh, it
a
won't
single
answer that, I see.
actress.
It was presented to me by one of my team, I can't remember, but it was within a day or so of it, a couple of days of it having been written, I believe.
And what was your reaction when you saw it?
Shock.
Why were you shocked?
Because at that point, it had been a good solid two or so years of this, of the accusations, of the allegations, planted firmly on my back, so something that I had to carry with me. And I just couldn't believe that it was continuing. That it was continuing in such a way that it was clear that the more bad press, the more hit pieces that came out on me, the more of these stories of Ms. Heard and her righteous chase against me. It wasn't stopping, and it's difficult to once you've chewed on it for a couple of years, it becomes pretty difficult to swallow anymore. As it was completely untrue.
How did you feel when you saw the op-ed for the first time?
Objection asked and answered just now.
My prior question was about his reaction.
All right, I'll allow it.
Hurts. Yeah, a blinding hurt. It was like somebody had hit me in the back of the head with a 2x4. And as it said, I had no ability to speak prior to, because even if I had done an interview to try to explain myself, it turned into a hit piece. So my mouth was shut. And this was the opportunity where I thought, something's got to be done. It's just got to be done. I couldn't take it anymore.
When did you first learn?
Captain Jack Sparrow was a character that I had built from the ground up, and was something that I of course put a lot of as you do with all characters, but you put a lot of yourself into the character. So, and also having worked on these films with these people and having added much of myself, much of my own rewriting of the dialogue and scenes and the jokes and whatever they are, I didn't quite understand how that after that long relationship and quite a successful relationship, certainly for Disney, that suddenly I was guilty until proven innocent.
until the point that you learned that you were not going to be in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise any longer, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies?
The last thing that I knew from I say there's the producer team, there's the creative team, and there were many discussions. I, in fact, had been approached to take part in writing
Objection,
Pirates
hearsay.
6.
Mr. Depp, what was your intention with respect to future Pirates movies, aside from what you'd been asked to do?
My feeling was that these characters should be able to have their proper goodbye, as it were. A franchise can only last for so long. There's a way to end a franchise like that, and I thought that the characters deserved to have their way out of to end the
All right, and those are some scenes from the Rottenborn versus Depp. Now, this will be the other part with Dr. Siegel and Exactly Mermaid. She, especially if she was behind it somehow, or even if she wasn't behind it, it makes her goose cooked. And it gives more credibility of her being of an unstable criminal element. Yep.
Them sleep. The problem is the effect is very barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it at high enough doses, it can. Okay, and the problem is it also has street value. So it's absolutely used on the street for that downer-like effect, and obviously, it's a little bit more readily available because it's prescribed. So it does have that street value portion of it.
And Dr. Spiegel, what effect would this have on Mr. Depp based on the dosages he was taking?
So I think what you're looking at is
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. Please continue.
what you will see in patients who have substance use disorders are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own circadian rhythms are no longer in control of that behavior. So you will take stimulants to quote unquote get you up in the morning, and then you will take things like quetiapine, Seroquel to knock you out. So basically what these are being used for is, I'm going to get up and I'm going to get knocked out. And that's very characteristic of what would be actually legal prescribed substances. That's not illegal at all. That's very legal. And that's the seemingly what these medicines effect are on patients who have substance use disorder.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Neurontin?
So Neurontin gabapentin is actually an anti-seizure medicine, which I think it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear that to you. That said, again, in a substance use disorder population, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurontin because it has this anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression. And so when you use it with opiates, there are people that are unlucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a result, but it has a very additive, calming effect that people use it for.
And what effect would this have on Mr. Depp in the dosages he was taking?
Again, I was looking for an objection. Okay, again, what it would do is have the street value of using it with the opiates. The advantage is you're using it with opiates, and it's making, because opiates in general, despite everything else it does, are calming. And you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why doctors have been warned not to prescribe medications like gabapentin and opiates together unless under significant, strict following, because it can cause serious problems, such as death, respiratory suppression.
And Mr. Depp was also taking Adderall, correct?
Yes.
Can you please describe to the jury what that impact would have, and particularly in connection with the dosages?
So Adderall is a psychostimulant, which is prescribed relatively regularly for ADHD. The problem comes again when you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically what you are talking about, again, it comes down to in the substance use disorder population, you are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going, getting high, getting energetic. And then the only way to kind of combat that, because you have this effect, is to kind of take downers during the day, and downers being anything that's calming. So anywhere from opiates, prescription, anywhere from Neurontin, anywhere from Seroquel, all medications that are which are abusable. And so that's what this is going on. That's what the substance use disorder patient has. And it can't be given with someone using cocaine, because that's an extreme risk for death. You can't be given together.
And what, if any, effect would these drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
So when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking at, right, the predisposing traits of intimate partner violence. So jealousy, rapid mood changes, poor self-control, and to some degree, condoning violence to a certain degree. When you combine them all together, you get this disinhibiting euphoriant effect from cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens? You get too much, and then you start getting irritable, you start getting agitated, okay? You start becoming suspicious, jealous, potentially disinhibited, psychotic, and these are the risks. And again, we're talking about not your average everyday use of these substances. We are talking about chronic use together. And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use independently increase significantly the risk of intimate partner violence. These aren't statistics I'm coming up with. They all depend, anywhere from reports up to 7 to 27-fold. So you are, quote unquote, colloquially playing with fire when you are talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire. And that's all of us.
And the substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those, did you draw any conclusions concerning whether he met this criteria or these risk factors?
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it, so major role obligations not being fulfilled, don't have any evidence about operating under the influence or not. Social issues, especially disagreements and arguments with your spouse or family. Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using, because if anyone is naive to these medications, most of us would be dead. Unsuccessful efforts, difficulty cutting back, using more than intended, giving up social, occupational obligations because this. I know there was right after the rehab on the island in Australia when Mr. Depp went out partying with Marilyn Manson. And
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Actually, that's asking for the record evidence for
I'll
this.
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay.
What other record evidence did you
Okay.
have supporting this?
So, psychological, using despite the fact you know it causes known psychological, psychiatric, or medical effects. And I think that's been pretty well documented. So in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues. This is very serious stuff we're playing with. And when you are just getting someone closer and closer to the threshold.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
This is highly relevant. Your Honor.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
It's beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
All right. Tell me more about the relationships between substance abuse and IPV, please.
Yeah, so again, that you are talking about this and you may be able to control the risk factors for any of us may be able to control the risk factors for IPV. Any of us might be able to, okay? When we're thinking and we're not disinhibited, not having these hyper intense emotions from substances. Once you add that to this mix, your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do. And it's supposed to prevent you from doing this, quite frankly, because it's wrong.
Did you arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and potential self-harm that may have led to Mr. Depp injuring his finger?
So I think the physician before me explained that pretty well, but I'll tell you that Mr. Depp has a history of self-injurious behavior, meaning cutting himself. Mr. Depp has a history of burning himself. I know when the actual event happened, there was texting to Dr. Kipper, paraphrasing, not saying exactly, that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober. And then as a result of that, he said he got so angry, he cut the tip of his finger off. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off with or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest? The answer is
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
That's exactly what he overruled. Thank you. Please continue.
Was it overruled?
It was
Right, and yeah, as far as I am aware of, he is not in the files. Depp is not in the files. Now, this situation was, this specific trial was in, which I'm sure people already know about, was in 2022, and it was when Amber Heard and him got into a lawsuit over the divorce and a different alleged abuse allegations against Johnny. But when Amber's on the stand, etc., it doesn't really completely add up what she's saying. So that's what this trial's about. This guy, this doctor of hers, was very crazy, and he acts theatrical. Really, I never seen anything so odd before. Yeah, and that is what I know about Johnny. He is not involved with the Epstein stuff, as far as I'm aware of, though.
It was overruled.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So that is not a very far jump. I've certainly seen patients do a lot worse than that who started out with similar risk factors of, burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but I've seen people do a lot worse than that.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay. I'm going to turn now specifically to intimate partner violence, and I know you've talked certainly about it. But can you tell the jury, please, a little bit more about intimate partner violence and what is included in that?
So the APA Task Force on Violence in the Family defined more or less this topic of domestic abuse, intimate partner violence, as recurrent abusive behavior by means of psychological, sexual, or physical maltreatment for the purpose of achieving
I turned the microphone on. Hello, Jenny. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. Oh, thank you for saying hi. Nice to see you. All right, now if someone is mentioned in the Epstein files, doesn't mean they did anything wrong, but he is mentioned in the Epstein files, but not about doing any criminal activity. All right, and okay, today I was thinking about Bob Saget. Was he going to expose something? Was he heavily involved? Oh yeah, okay. I don't know how he's involved, but that's probably true, because a lot of these deaths and kidnappings could have to do with them censoring people that may expose what's going on. With the, regarding the Epstein files, etc. Like Nancy Guthrie is allegedly, could have been kidnapped or whatever happened to her because of what she may know about the files. That's a theory that's been going around. Because of her husband's involvement with people that are in there. So that is a possibility. How like Gene Hackman could have known something and they took him out. So yes, through the conspiracy theory lens, it's very possible for these deaths or missing people could be being silenced for what they know about those files, because it's a global network and they want to get out of being caught, but there's certainly many whistleblowers out there. Oh, it's okay, Sonny. This is an eclectic stream, which is something that goes back from a long time ago, where an eclectic stream is where we talk about random things all out of nowhere that IU would do, and so it's perfectly fine. And I've been talking about the Epstein files, and it's no big deal, but thank you for bringing it up. Yeah, the Clinton family, yes. Yeah, definitely involved with stuff. Yeah. So this is how Johnny's mentioned in the files. So Johnny's name appears in the extensive trenches of Jeffrey Epstein files released by U.S. Department of Justice in late January and early 2026. His appearance in these documents does not inherently imply criminal activity or direct personal relationship with Epstein. Many public figures appear due to marketing emails, news mentions, or indirect social connections. Yeah. Yeah, definitely terrible people. A lot of the people in Hollywood are these people involved with Epstein, these billionaires. They had to be in a billionaire category around there to be doing business with him. He was trying to come off as a financial manager, but he was also into these other things with women, the young girls too. Obviously, there's instances talked about that there's ritualistic deletions or murders that happened. It has to do with sacrifices. This is a conspiracy theory where there's this chemical endochrome that young people give off more than others, and they want to harvest it for various dark spiritual and scientific reasons. And it's a big conspiracy theory, and that was one of the possibilities of what they're trying to do with the kids. And there was this other ring of trying to get people to reproduce offspring based from his own genetics. You know about it, yes. Adrenochrome, yes. Okay, you know about it, yeah. He was trying to get his own DNA reproduced so he would have more offspring. He was into genetic DNA studies. He probably had like a farm of people being bred, etc., for various things. And yeah, it really is a crazy rabbit hole to go down, and I think it is wicked of all the stuff that he did. And all the people that were involved, whoever did anything, need to be exposed. And a lot of the things in the emails, a lot of criminals were redacted. And by redacting the criminals, there needs to be justice. So they're starting to unredact some of the people that were heavily involved with it, which is good. Like Les Wexner seems to be involved with him, and Leon Black too. Yeah, those two definitely are pretty much confirmed involved with it. Now, how Depp was involved was the internal emails suggesting that Depp was invited to Epstein's private island in the Caribbean at least twice in 2015. In a 2015 email exchange, Epstein mentions a photo of featuring a girl being scouted from, reportedly remarking that Depp looks like a waitress in the image, whatever that means, and legal representation. Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, is also named in the files. Some correspondence suggests that Waldman's relevance to Epstein's needs or his role in managing Depp's public image. Okay. They kidnap people and harvest their organs. Yes, organ harvesting is a very big market. In China, it's very big over there. They can't really get organs in China as easily, so there's these underground places where they'll harvest organs, and also North Korea too. Yeah, and over in this place in the West, yes, there's an underground black market for that too. Yeah. Yes, they're harvesting the emotions because there's definitely energy vampires out there that drain energy from people. And there's these people in these dark occultic practices and people that are just evil, that are just, or not necessarily evil, other people might be having corruption within them somehow. And they want to feed off the emotions like vampires. And all the public and their victims. And you might ask, what does this exactly mean, alien? It means that they have a void within them, spiritual or whatever, and possibly demonic forces and others that do these extreme activities. And they want to get themselves more powerful, more youthful, etc. Other people just have sadistic wishes to satisfy their cravings. And so it's an emotional and spiritual and physical thing that they're after. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Some people just drag down and just take the life out of people. Yeah. Okay, and indirect connections. Many of Depp's close associates and friends, such as director Brett Ratner and scientist Lawrence Cross, appears more prominently in the files due to their direct interactions with Epstein. Yes, I agree. It is all by design. Xmas, Super Bowl, all those events is when they do that the most. Like, for instance, why the different pagan civilization or polytheistic civilizations had festivals. They had the gladiators, etc. This is where the public was, although I think people could have Christmas or watch a game if they like. A lot of these things could be distractions to people about what's going on. And when Rome was falling apart, people are obsessed with the gladiators and not thinking about what's going on around them. They feed off of people that way too, through various chains of events, and also getting them to buy products and waste their energy. And money too. There's, like, a bank can create money out of thin air. Well, especially loaning to some people. People in general. That, you could have like $1 and it could just be really $9. So these systems can create things out of nowhere for the greater control of the population for various reasons, for their own selfish interests. Yep. And I think the system in general was not designed for the good of people, but it was designed to benefit the people at the top that were conducting the puppet strings, too. Definitely. So there are many, many millions of emails. They're very disturbing. Some of them are not disturbing. A lot of stuff is in code. They'll talk about pizza. They'll talk about cookies. And they're probably talking in code words about trafficking people. there was appointments for these massages, these disturbing massages. He would start, and the way Epstein would do it is he would get girls, and also as they grew up, they would recruit other girls and have this network of women and girls coming in, starting out as a massage job. Then they want them to do some more, being nude and do other things, and then gradually grooming them into their role and completely capturing them, having them on an isolated island or place, etc. That is how he would do it, and the other clients, etc., wanted that as well. So then he became millions of dollars from that too. I think his money came from these illegal activities he was doing. And he was managing some money for wealthy people, but definitely those wealthy people wanted something else, and that's how he was able to get that far with it. Yeah, exactly, Sonny. Just like Diddy. And Diddy's mentioned in the files, by the way. They're talking about going to one of Diddy's parties. It's really cliche, but actually Epstein was saying stuff like that. So it brings a broader thing that Diddy was involved in. So using Leo Ashton and Justin to bring in victims. Yep. And bringing in those victims is a way of, it's grooming and having this endless network of trafficking going on. Yeah, there's Stockholm syndrome that occurs in victims when they get an attachment to the person that they're with. Especially from Eastern Europe, he would get them when they're very young and then groom them as they get older. Exactly, Eugene. They're very sick, evil people, and I think they are very, satanic and spiritually corrupted. And those of them that don't believe in anything, they're atheistic. Hurting a child is children are pure, and Jesus talked about the purity of children, and they need to not be corrupted. So when children are being corrupted, like this, they need to have a boulder wrapped around their neck and thrown into the sea. So, as I said, they give off a pure energy. Aleister Crowley, who is an occultist, he summoned a demonic entity that was similar to a gray alien. A lot of this occultic stuff from Egypt, etc., comes from him. Allegedly, in one of his books, he was talking about how they harvest a 10-year-old, harvesting the energy from a 10-year-old in a very evil way. But that's what it is. They're getting they're getting the endochrome from the child. That's what it is. So yeah, he was very wicked. And then now you have these other people that are practicing what he was doing. You see it a lot of times in concerts. There's satanic and occultic imagery and a lot of these famous Hollywood productions and these music videos. I mean, there's good music out there, and people could be very creative, but I do think there's a darker message they're conveying, too. Yep, passing off the burden to someone else. Oh, hello, Duke. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Shout out to you. Shout out to the chickens, flamingos, and etc. Yeah, and a lot of times victims become predators themselves. Like, it's possible Epstein was molested growing up or something like that, and then he became like that himself. So, just like his victims, they would groom other women, other girls, and like say Epstein and a woman will do some practice, some perverted activity, making the young girl watch or doing things with her, and they force that stuff on people. Yeah. And there's fear, there's blackmail, there's security cameras he had everywhere. They're isolated on an island a lot of the time. So it was basically a modern form of slavery, too. Yeah, and all the bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Duke. And there is very creepy things in the files. A lot of the stuff is redacted, so you could have like a picture of someone doing something, but it's completely blacked out. You have images of people who there's a bizarre comic book he had of doing stuff with the girls. It's very creepy. He is completely 100%, a million percent guilty. Yeah. Prince Andrew was involved, and it said countless people, and Jay-Z as well. There's a Jay-Z song played backwards, invokes evil, the devil, etc. And and also a darker occultic nature. Because a lot of these things played backwards, they could reveal other messages to them. Okay, so very good question. The parents of Epstein's victims were not as involved in the kids' lives. There were a lot of the kids were were runaways, people that were in troubled homes. Kind of similar to Charles Manson, how Charles Manson got people who were in broken homes and it would go to his ranch and he was able to completely isolate them. So yeah, some of them were in school and their parents would not be completely involved with what they were doing. And then they realized later, what was happening. So yeah, and sometimes he would adopt them from Eastern Europe or some other places, etc. So those are some examples of how he was able to get the girls. And say Maxwell and some other lady would go out and tell a girl that's like athletic looking at a spa or at the mall, hey, you want to get a massage job and make a lot of money? And they'll go, sure. Then they'll get more points for inviting a friend. And that's how it worked. Yeah, exactly. The parents are very... people need to talk about that, yeah. Yeah, because it has to be extremely, burdening on the parents and the families of these people. So here is some more information about that. In Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking network, the role of parents was complex, ranging from those who actively protected their children to those who vulnerability or absence was exploited. Initial reports. The first criminal investigation into Epstein in Palm Beach began in 2005 when the parents of a 14-year-old reported that he had molested her. Grooming and deception. Some parents were deceived by Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, for example. The mother of Annie Farmer allowed her daughter to travel to New Mexico under the impression that the trip would be supervised student gathering. Wow, that's really messed up. That's a complete scam right there. Epstein financial support to keep victims and their families dependent is one instance. The DOJ indicates that Epstein funded a New York apartment for a victim's mother for an entire year. See, that's another form of slavery, indeed, where it's like they're giving financial support but taking the daughter for evil activities. Yeah, very wicked. Victims often came from broken or disadvantaged homes. Epstein successfully sought out girls with limited parental supervision or those foster care using promises of education or career advancement to act as a surrogate anchor for them. Long-term impact on families. Following the release of more than 150 names, the Epstein Associates In early 2024 and 26, several mothers of victims have spoken out. Seeking justice, Dorothy Goranert, mother of the late victim Caroline Adriano, expressed that the relations brought a sense of hope for justice, noting that not only were the children harmed, but mothers were also deeply affected. Advocacy. Families of survivors like Virginia Giuffre have also highlighted a severe toll of the case, including death threats and financial ruin facing during legal battles. Now, Virginia was hit by a bus, a random bus, because she knows things. That is a spooky outcome, and she also committed suicide or self-deletion, as we call it on the internet. And I don't think she was deleted herself. I think that someone did it for her. All right, recent legal actions and massive DOJ release have significantly shifted the landscape of Epstein case, particularly regarding the rights and privacy of victims. Specific legal cases initiated by parents and survivors. So this is some more detail about the parents. All right. Privacy lawsuit against DOJ. On February 1, 2026, attorneys representing over 200 survivors filed a lawsuit against the Department of Justice, requesting the immediate takedown of the public file repository. They described the release as the single most egregious violation of victims' privacy in U.S. history because thousands of identifying details, including names DOJ has been asked to redact, were exposed due to faulty redaction techniques. There was an issue that they were having when some things of victims weren't redacted, and they had to go back and redact them. It had to do with victims. Ghislaine Maxwell conviction challenge. In early 26, Maxwell asked federal judge to set aside her conviction, claiming substantial new evidence had emerged from recent unsealed files. Prosecutors have until March 26 to respond. And that was a risk that they're thinking about the files, that it would cause people to be seen as not guilty. But I think it actually proves her guilt without a shadow of a doubt. She's clearly involved with Epstein, and Epstein was clearly involved with all this creepy stuff with kids. And she was part of the trafficking network. All right. Virginia Giuffre's case developments. Unsealed documents from 2015 lawsuit continue to emerge, including allegations that certain journalists helped contact stories. All right. Latest updates from February 2026 release. The U.S. Department of Justice published roughly 3.5 million records along 2,000 videos and 180,000 images to comply with Epstein Transparency Act. FBI findings. Internal DOJ records revealed that while FBI had ample proof of Epstein's sexual abuse of minors, they found scant evidence that he led a sex trafficking ring, specifically serving powerful men. Prominent mentions. Names like Elon Musk, Bill Gates. As I said, doesn't mean they did anything illegal, but they're mentioned. And former White House advisor, as well as logs showing Trump flew in Epstein's planes at least 8 times. And international follow revelations regarding ties to British establishment, European elites, a triggered political crisis in Britain and France and Norway. There's links to the Middle East and a former Prime Minister of Israel. There's in Europe, all over the world. This ring exists. All right, these are 6 men that have been identified, probably involved with something. Like we're incriminated. Les Wexner, who's a really shady, sly snake, by the way. The billionaire founder of Victoria's Secret files suggest that the FBI previously labeled him co-conspirator, though he has never been charged and denies wrongdoings. Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of DP World. Documents include emails to Epstein in 2015 describing sexual encounters, and where Epstein referenced a torture video. He resigned shortly after the name was released. Yeah, there was one email where Epstein was like, it was too much for him to. Epstein thought some of the content was gross. So if Epstein thinks it's gross, then it really is bad. Yeah. Nicola Caputa, identification still being verified as connection was Epstein, not immediately clear from the file alone. Salvatore Nuara, a Queens man who denied knowing Epstein after his name was read, suggesting he may have been included in a law enforcement lineup for unrelated reasons. Zorab Migladz. Connection Epstein remains under investigation by lawmakers. Leonov, an IT manager who vigorously denied any connections to Epstein, claiming the inclusion was likely a mistake by DOJ. Okay, continued redactions. Macy Kahana estimated that 70 to 80% of the files remain redacted, which they argue violates Epstein File Transparency Act. Monarchy under scrutiny. Kahana noted that while the British monarchy is facing fresh questions based on 2026 release, similar reckoning has yet to happen for U.S. elites in government, financial, and tech. Goldman Sachs resignations report indicate that top Goldman Sachs intends to resign following mentions of the documents, and there's a lawyer that was from Goldman Sachs that resigned too. Eugene shows a hang loose emoji, like a well, what's up emoji to Duke. Facts. Okay, Norway, Jagland, the former prime minister and Nobel Peace Prize Committee member, was charged with gross corruption after showed he stayed at Epstein's home and visited his private island. Mana Jewel, Norway's ambassador, Jordan, resigned following relations that Epstein left $10 million in his will to her children. Crown Princess Met and Marit. Yeah, let's say Crown Princess Marit issued a public apology after documents confirmed she had vacationed at Epstein's Palm Beach property. United Kingdom, Peter Mandelson, former UK ambassador to the US, prominent Labour Party figure, resigned after House Lords and his under criminal investigation for allegedly receiving payments and sharing sensitive government documents with Epstein. Prince Andrew new evidence led to his eviction from Royal Lounge, and police inquiries into claims he leaked confidential trade information. also former prime minister. There's, as I said, some in the middle. Those are the ones in Europe, not Middle East or Israel. But yeah, those are the European ones. Okay, these are other foreign countries. The DOJ release has significantly amplified the standing allegations regarding Epstein's ties to foreign intelligence, specifically Israel and Russia, while official government, what I say government as a slang for government, concludes emphasizes a lack of direct evidence for blackmailing ring. Internal memos and emails describe him as a fixer operation between elite and global networks. All right. FBI information claims in 2020 report released this transaction cites a confidential source who became convinced that Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. Source alleges that Epstein was trained a spy under former Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Related information, though, through attorney Alan Dershowitz, doesn't mean like everyone in Israel was involved, but he was involved with some of the officials there, just like but many countries all over the world. The Barak connection files document a decades-long relationship with Ehud Barak, including visits to former PM to Epstein's Island and his Manhattan apartment. Emails reveal that he helped the broker secure agreement between Israel and Mongolia and worked with former Israeli intelligence office officials to sell surveillance technology. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former PM Bennett have venomously rejected claims Epstein worked for the Mossad organization. So they deny he had any involvement with them. Russian intelligence, FSB and KGB. Files accepted position himself as back channel to the Kremlin. Now, he was involved with many different countries for, his own reasons. Anna, it has been a while since we've seen you. I've been wondering about you. How's everything been going, Anna? I hope everything's been going okay with you. It's so great to see you. And we have been right now. We're watching a Depp trial and talking about some Epstein stuff. Chat was curious about. All right. Syrian back channel reports from drop site news based on documents allege Epstein. Oh, hello, Delight. Welcome to the stream. I'm just going over some connections with Epstein with different countries and different people. That's all. Syrian back channel. Oh, okay. Yeah. Miss you too. Thank you for the update. Syrian back channel reports from drop site news based on the documents allege Epstein himself to create an Israel-Russia back channel involving Ehud Barak and Russian elites in a move to pressure the Obama administration to regional issues like the removal of Bashar al-Assad. Putin claims, while Epstein's own records and Daily Mail suggest he secured audiences with Vladimir Putin, independent review of the DOJ files concluded there is no concrete evidence meeting with Epstein reportedly told Barak he once turned down the meeting with Putin. February 2026, DOJ released investigative reporting by Dropsite News have detailed how Jeffrey Epstein acted as a high-level fixer between Israel, Russia, and American elites. Syrian back channels, 2013 to 2016. Emails reveal that Epstein and former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak attempted to engineer a Russian-led solution to the Syrian civil war, specifically aiming to remove President Bashar al-Assad. In 2013, Epstein facilitated a private meeting between Barak and Putin in St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. Price for Russia. Barak and Epstein crafted an op-ed titled "The Kremlin Holds the Keys," which argued the U.S. should accept the price, allowing Russia to keep its naval bases in Syria in exchange for Russia conceiving Assad to step down. Convincing Assad to step down. Messaging control. Epstein actively edited Barak's diplomatic messaging, even changing one headline to "Wait until it's too late" to pressure the Obama administration to act more aggressively against Iran and Syria. Israeli tech and intelligence deals. The spyware in Nigeria. Epstein helped Barak negotiate a joint venture in Nigeria involving Israeli defense giant Elbit Systems, deal with 40 million in mass surveillance infrastructure. Mongolia security deal. Epstein reportedly brokered a security argument between Israel and Mongolia. Intelligence. House and Israeli spy reported stayed at Epstein's Manhattan apartment for weeks, a time between 2013 and acting as an information for Barak. Okay. There's Velsberg. Epstein counseled Barak on contract negotiations with Velsberg Renova Group, which served as the official cover for Barak's diplomatic meetings in Russia. In 2015, he reached out to Sergei Belagkov, a former Russian deputy minister who links the FSB to gather intelligence on an individual he claimed was attempting to blackmail his business. All right, so that's some information on Epstein with his connections to different countries. Those are some of the names of victims and people that did the activity. Now let's see about this alleged connection here. Also, Eugene said hello to Anna, and Anna said hello to chat, and that's cool. Okay. Shout out to all of you. Thank you for being here. Okay. Now, there's theories that Nancy there's some indirect connections with Epstein. Some people think she might be being silenced because she might know something. That is an alleged theory of why she disappeared. All right. Journalistic link. The speculation stems from Savannah Guthrie's reporting. She conducted high-profile interviews with Epstein's victims, including Virginia Joffrey. In 2019, social media users have baselessly theorized her mother's kidnapping was retaliation for this reporting. Husband allegations. False claims on platforms like X allege that Savannah's husband, Michael Fieldman, or his company FGS Global were named and co-conspirators in the files. These claims have been allegedly debunked, but I think they're probably true by independent fact checkers. But, of course, in my opinion, there's still a connection there. And abduction details. Surveillance footage recovered FBI show masked armed suspects at Nancy's front door. Night of disappearance. The Pima County Sheriff's Department have increased The reward at 100,000 for information DNA from glove found at her home recently failed to match any criminal database. Okay, and so that is some additional information on that. Okay, I'm going to show you all now the Depp trial again. Here we go. This is a crazy doctor.
Achieving control or maintaining power, authority, and control.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
It includes, so in the part of psychological abuse, which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control, it can be destroying property, it could be financial, which is part of that, verbal outbursts, threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it, the verbal, nonverbal, what's exactly emotional versus verbal, but they're all under that rubric, and they're all under the guise of maintaining control.
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Can you repeat the question?
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So survivors of intimate partner violence, and by the way, I should start out by saying, we don't expect, in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect our victims to be unscathed by what they've received. So starting with that, okay, it is not unusual as survivors to see substance use, substance abuse, substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or subsyndrome.
I found the other thing I was going to talk about. Great. Okay. So, Sonny, yeah, Google does a lot of censorship and tries to downplay words, etc. So, yeah, it's a Timu Sheen Google. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's absolutely absurd with what's going on with that. But thank you for letting us know about what happened, and glad that you're exposing what's going on. All right, so this is an alleged conspiracy theory about the read. So, husband's company. Exactly, it wasn't nasty or anything. Yeah, exactly. They'll censor the simplest things, even if it has to do. Oh, okay, yeah. You see, Sonny, that is absolutely true about Nance. What the Google's doing about their censorship. It's extremely cringe that they do that because their algorithms are based on censoring certain things because they're run from what's going up at the top. So yeah, but thank you for, even if the comments didn't come through, thanks for exposing it. It's cringe what these platforms can do sometimes. All right. Her husband's company is listed as a co-conspirator in the Epstein files, the Nancy Guthrie's, FGS Global. In case you're wondering why now all the times for Savannah Guthrie's mother to be kidnapped, Savannah Guthrie is in the Epstein files. She's linked to the Clintons, and her husband's name is Michael Feldman. He was a scrubber. That is the guy who got things harmful to the Clintons and from press off the internet and out of the public eye. Okay. Eugene says Google removed my comment on another stream, and all I said was the band's name. It includes a no No word. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, because that's why, see, the YouTube algorithm and the YouTube community guidelines are really cringe, okay? Yeah. It's ridiculous. Yep. Yep. That is true about that. Definitely a crime family. He founded a PR consulting firm with Joe Lockhart. Joe Lockhart was Bill Clinton's White House press secretary. After Lockhart left the government, he became a senior partner as the Glover Park Group, which was co-founded by Feldman's Joe Lockhart. Sold his DC property at 244-6 Bellamore, NW, Washington, D.C. to the Obamas. The Glover Park then made Greg Rothschild managing director of the group's government affairs division. Rothschilds are a very famous banking dynasty, by the way, and the wife of Rothschild, Stephanie Hersowich, Rothschild, died in a bizarre traffic accident in 2021. Okay, so those are some alleged theories about Guthrie and some others' vague connections with this would explain why there was a possible reason for the kidnapping. And Jay-Z is involved too. He was Jay-Z was at with Harvey Weinstein doing allegedly assault to a woman in '96. That's something that came out in the files, and he denies it. Everybody denies everything. You know, it's kind of like Catch a Predator, or the Chris Hansen show, and also Skeeter Gene, the newer one, where they catch a predator and they all say they didn't do it, or it was their first time. Every single one says the same thing. It's all scripted, pretty much. So, yeah. That is true that people, when they're caught, they're not going to really say anything. They thought they wouldn't get caught. But it's just the thing about these elites, they did too much, too many times. They got sloppy, and it became too obvious, and there's more of us than there are of them, and at some point the press that they're running had to publish these things. They were put against the wall, like, okay, they had to go and expose themselves. Yeah, and all over the place, they are exposing. They have to expose themselves because they have no choice, because they've been caught in a trap that they set for themselves. And it's good that victims are coming out, and more victims should come out. And that is good for people to expose what's going on, but yeah. Oh, exactly. They all got greedy. You know, people, power corrupts, it attracts the worst and corrupts the best. And money is involved with a lot of these things. Like, for instance, like, they wanted power over victims and power over themselves. And just like civilizations, ancient civilizations, you know, they'll build these gigantic structures in deserts or different civilizations like that. And then when they got so grand and built so many great things, got pride in themselves, their society collapsed. You know, and hard times make strong men make good times, and good times make weak men. So that's how the pattern continues. So yeah, their greed corrupted their complete being to the point that they're going to do things that lead to their own demise. Amen. I'm glad that you're a Christian, as I am as well. And yeah, that is awesome. And I'd say there's these things about Baal and worship. So Baal was this pagan figure with horns, and it's believed to be what we call Satan, in opposition to the God of the Israelites, of Abraham. people would sacrifice children and babies to its altar, and they would do perverted practices to appease it for fertility, for rain, etc. And nowadays, the spirit still is being worshipped by what these elites and these different groups that are not in the elite, like regular people and people in these elites, are doing. But it usually trickles down from the top. Like the agendas trickle down from the top and come down to everyone else. So that's what they're trying to force on society with, psychological, ideological subversion. And they're trying to completely cause everything to go away from God. Everything to go away from morals. So people don't understand, that don't believe in God, that there is a lot of good morals in Christianity that were taught throughout, decades and centuries. Back when my grandparents were growing up, this country was nothing like this. All right. These elites always existed, but it wasn't to the extent that it is now. So I think gradually society went further downhill. And the snowball rolled and rolled and became an avalanche. Right. Oh, okay, Brian. Thank you for hanging out with us, and see you later. And have a good one. Yeah, and especially with the banks, they get greedy. They will go and talk about, they'll fund wars and lend money to different people, and they keep on doing whatever they can to keep themselves in power and get rich. The worst thing for these people is to be overthrown. That's their worst fear. Because they base their value on external things and not the internal self. Nothing wrong with having money and having power, but these people are an extreme example about why it can cause catastrophic consequences if it's handled improperly. And Epstein did an interview recently, and he was talking about, not recently, of course, but in recent times, like many years ago, before the 2020s. That was something that happened with, he was talking about finance, different things, etc. Now, his voice is a little bit different than people would probably imagine, but going over this way to this part, let's go here. Let's change this a little bit here. That way, okay. All the way down that way, and all right. Put that like that. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there is parts of this interview. Let's see, it's down here somewhere. Oh, I could just press it like this. Okay, this is Epstein's interview he did. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Okay.
Is worth in 91.
So that's one of the most prestigious research places in the world, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How did a guy like you get on the board of Rock, a blue blood, internationally known, hard research, Nobel Prize winners all over the place? How do they pick a guy like you, a trader from, or basically some guy from Bear Stearns?
Good question. So I was asked to be on the board of Rockefeller, and I think it was, I was on the board of Rockefeller, there was a money manager who said, Rockefeller needs someone with financial expertise because the university is growing and there's lots of new things. You have to, again, we go back to the original discussion the last time. Up until the mid-'80s or sort of early mid-'70s, the most important thing was your name. If you were Rockefeller, you already were considered to be brilliant.
Yeah, he had these connections in his early days with the Rockefellers. The Rockefellers created the system we have now of the different corporation structures and banks, etc. The jobs, the 9-to-5s, etc. It seemed to come from them. And Epstein was part of the board. People have colorful opinions about how he was really able to be involved with them. But yeah, he was on the board of Rockefeller, and he's explaining here about how the financial system works from his point of view. But yeah, from many years ago, he was involved with these very powerful people, which makes you think that maybe there's some sort of a clique of some kind out there. Right.
If you were head of General Motors, it was your reputation. It was who you knew, who your family was, what was your character. And then in the mid-'70s, basically, if you remember, you probably had a calculator. It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator, where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. A simple calculator, almost like your accountant. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. So it's not only mathematics, but it's things that could be calculated. Reputation couldn't be calculated. I could give you, are you a 10 on a reputation scale, an 8? What does it mean to have a measurement of your reputation? We'll get to that later. But places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board? Potentially sit on the finance committee, Nancy Kissinger and a bunch of other people. And
Eugene says there is a video of him being interrogated, and they talked about embarrassing stuff. Yeah, absolutely. I saw that one before. Yes, he's speaking word salad, right? Right.
David Rockefeller and I got along very well. He was an unbelievable human being. Respectful to everyone. He introduced his driver as his colleague, not his driver. He would never say, this is my driver. He said, it's my colleague. And David started to explain to me world politics. So David would say, Jeffrey, money is going to be sort of the most important things. People don't understand money. You seem to have this knack for money. I said to David, tell me about your life. What was the worst and the best part of your life? So David said, when I grew up, everyone knew I was a Rockefeller. They didn't know that my father told me he would not leave me a dime. No money. But every time we went out to eat, me and my 5 friends at school, they would leave me the bill. They would expect me to pick up the check because I was a Rockefeller. And he said, I was chairman of Chase Bank. And he said, I remember like it was yesterday, one of the headlines in Time magazine said, David, please fire yourself. So he thought that there was a world that existed that would be a combination of both politics and business and leadership. What do I mean? He formed something called the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is some spooky stuff. People said it was something, the Illuminati, there's some mystery about it, people that ran the world. It was politicians, but David said most countries, the politicians get elected for 4 years or 8 years. separate from the royal families in England or in the Middle East. Someone's there for 4 years and then they're not there anymore. The most important people to have stability and consistency would be businessmen. So he formed this trilateral commission of businessmen and politicians from 3 major continents. So it was the North Americans, the Europeans, and the Asians. So he said to me, would you like to be on the Trilateral Commission? Now, I was 30 years old, 32 years old. I said, great. And he said, well, you have to fill out this application so they have your buy-in.
If this has to do with the international companies linked together, because there's leaders, etc., that can be voted out, but they did this to try to make a stable civilization, but this is where people may control things from behind the scenes or influence stuff heavily.
IO. And I looked at the list of people, and it was Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, Paul Volcker, every great leader in America, the Asians, the Japanese, and with a very long description of their history. And they asked me to fill in what I would like to have written. And I wrote Jeffrey Epstein, comma, just a good kid, which I thought was funny, nobody else did. So to answer to your question, at that time I recognized around the world that monies and currencies were not really well understood. But again, it was only numbers. So numbers, and I'll get to the fact that it was bad thinking. Numbers are very good.
Are most people that you meet, even on a Trilateral Commission, when you meet most people, do you find most leaders financially illiterate, economically illiterate? Most political leaders don't come out of a background of finance. Most political leaders come out of a background of being popular. So in some of the countries, in some of the African countries, for example, they might have been a military person. They were a general. In some of the African countries, they might have been a disc jockey. Or in our country, they would have been an actor. The knowledge of money they don't have an expertise, they have no degrees in finance. They really, and this is one of the major problems, their expertise, if they have any financial knowledge, is of their own checking account or bank account and filling in their own taxes. So many world leaders who don't really have a financial underpinning make fundamental errors when it comes to money on a country or institutional level. Let me give you an example. If you, Mr. Bannon, if I said your assets increased last year, you'd say, that sounds pretty good. And I said, what does that mean to you? You'd say, well, I have more money. I guess I'm wealthier. I'd say yes. And if your debt increased, would you feel wealthier or poorer? You'd say, well, I don't want to have increased debt. I don't like the idea of that sound, increased debt. Now, that and world leaders understand when their assets go up, they feel better. However, institutions like banks, things that people don't really understand are financial underpinnings of banks. When I say your bank, Mr. Bannon, you have the Bannon Bank, you doubled your assets. Sounds good, but what does it really mean? It means people owe you more money. You don't have any more money. What? Yeah. A bank's assets are how much it is owed by other people. That's crazy. So if the bank goes from $2 billion of assets to $10 billion, it means people owe it an additional $8 billion, but their assets have gone up. So the terminology of assets and liabilities is different for banks. It's not natural. And what most people, and you ask questions about world leaders, there's many people, I think your old boss Mercer understood, there's a fundamental part of money which is called fractionalized banking. And fractionalized banking is something that finance people understand, and the people on the street, and when I say people on the street, that's where I was when I started on Wall Street, would find it impossible to believe. Impossible. Why? Bannon Bank, I give you $1, just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much could you lend out to your friends? And your natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my dollar, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9. No, it's impossible. I only have $1, Jeffrey. We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9. That's the way our system works. And so not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father who worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket.
Yeah, and in the early days of banking, you had banking houses, and they would hide say you have like a pawn shop, for example, something like that, but it was all in one house. It's all in one house. And you have under floorboards, in weird places in the walls, they'll hide money or whatever, which was back then gold and silver. Because, especially the 1700s, etc., throughout the ages, and they originally would have a vault of, so to speak, and they would just lend out what they had on them. Now, as the banking institutions got more advanced and bigger, they had these paper IOUs. So they will go, for instance, there is Napoleonic Wars, and the bank over in London would send like an IOU over to his brethren, and then that brethren will give gold and silver to the troops to fund the war on this side and that side. So, and now in our modern age, everything's all digital. They will put a number in your account of money that you get, say, of a loan, etc., but they don't actually even have the money on them. Like what Epstein, he was, because he's a crook and he knows other crooks. Well, this thing he was talking about, there was bank runs back in the 20s of, no, not the 20s, not that. It was the crash of 29, etc. There was these bank runs, and people want to go to the bank to get their money, but the bank didn't have the money on them because they don't think everybody's going to go to the bank at one time to get their money. And a lot of these different banking families and dynasties from centuries would hold money and assets for people while they're very much trusted. And that's where the idea of having $1 but lending out $9 is a concept of making money out of thin air. Right? And they're able to lend money to princes and kings and get control over countries, etc.
Next question.
But how did this, in understanding that, when you get on something like the Trilateral Commission, you're on the board at Rockefeller, which is the most advanced research. You get brought into the Trilateral, which is the elite of the elite. How, since you're only at that time
30-something years old.
8 years from teaching at Dalton, right? You're Dalton.
No, 10 years.
10 years teaching at Dalton.
Yes.
Walk us through. Put us in the room. Walk me through exactly what it felt like. What it felt like being on the board at Rockefeller. You got these Nobel laureates, and you're sitting there making decisions, and you start to meet these people at Rockefeller. Now you start to meet these people at the Trilateral Commission. What did it feel like?
It's a great question. So what did it feel
That's
like?
what I'm in the business of asking.
Yeah. What did it feel like meeting some of these people like Kissinger or Rockefeller? And those are two extraordinary people. But in general, I think the question, the people on Wall Street, I tell the story, the first day, one of the first days when I was in Wall Street, someone said to me, "Would you like to buy ATV?" And I was looking in the brochure, and I couldn't figure out what stock had a symbol of ATV. And when I finally said, "Well, I can't find it," and they said, "What's the matter with you? Do you want to buy ATV?" Which is, he was selling hot televisions, stolen televisions from the floor of the American Stock Exchange, referred to in common parlance as the televisions fell off the truck. So I knew what that phrase meant from Coney Island. But what I found was most people, be it in business, in normal life, or in the world leaders, don't really understand money. It is something they think about. They have a sense of what it is. They certainly want more of it. But they also make statements like, "We want more money, but we don't want more debt," which just shows a misunderstanding of what money at its core really is. So most people don't, they want to make it, they want to save it, but to understand it intimately is not a normal characteristic.
At the first trilateral or something?
Yeah, good.
Just give me approximate. You joined the trilateral
I
commission.
think it might be
And we'll be able to show we'll pull down the chart of where your name was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Okay.
All right, and Delight says Gomp goes into hiding as Epstein co-conspirators deposed. Oh, okay. And she says we call them the Trumpstein files in Australia now. Okay. Well, he was friends with Epstein. That is true. Now, the documents do show that he did call the FBI on Epstein, one of the first people to do it. So in my opinion, I don't think he was involved in any illegal activity, but he certainly knew him well for a long time, for about 10 years. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and people can feel free to call it what they want to call it, because whoever people are really behind this, or whoever was involved, needs to be exposed, right? And people have a right to express themselves about it. Yeah.
Let's say early 90s.
Yes.
When you got on the Trilateral Commission and had the first, do you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo. And at what hotel?
I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day? Give me some
3-day event, and
walk me through the whole thing.
Speeches.
It starts with a dinner. Just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You couldn't possibly think it was boring. It's bullshit.
It was boring.
You had to be stars in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plane.
So it didn't count?
No, I'm not protecting him at all. If he really was involved with it, it would have been in the documents. And I'm sure that in my opinion, his political opposition would have used that against him. And it's in the files that he called the FBI on him. I'm not protecting him at all. That's a document that's there. Now, was it forged or fabricated, and he really is involved with something? He could be. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that there doesn't seem to be strong evidence to support that. But I'm not denying it, and if something does come out about him doing something, I'll be the first one to call him out over it. I'm just saying that I don't see strong evidence about him being involved, but he could have been, and I don't deny that. It's in the documents? Okay. Understood. As I said, I think that if there was concrete evidence of it, it'd be all over the news. They want to get him impeached. They would want him out of office. So if that is true, Delight, I'm sure that the opposition will use that to get him out of office or to hold him accountable, right? And if that is true, and Delight, if it's true, I hope that he gets exposed for doing that if it is true. And know a lot of information on him doing illegal activities with Epstein. But as I said, I wanted him to completely expose if he's involved with that. All right. And thank you for letting me know. Why does he keep on hiring women that looks like his daughter? As I said, I don't know of if he's doing that or not. But like the other topic about the Epstein thing is what I was referring to. I don't have a lot of concrete evidence about him doing anything. But as I said, if he did do something that is wrong for him to do, and he should be exposed for it. And I'm not trying to protect him. No, I'm just stating the facts that are there. Right. And yeah, his daughter, I don't know. And I didn't know that he hired people that look like his daughter. But why do you think, Delight, he's doing that? Is he into? Does he have some sort of do you think he has a desire for his daughter or something? Is that what you're referring to? I don't know. But thank you for bringing that up to me, and I will look into any involvement that Trump has with Epstein in an illegal way. That would be good to expose. All right. And continuing.
Count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And
it was
who were the first, like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming out
Well,
every
these
direction.
guys have to have great ideas. They're the leaders of the three great continents of the world: North America, Europe, and Japan.
No, many of these world leaders become world leaders because they're popular and they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists, they're not intellectuals, they're not great thinkers, they're great politicians.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo, sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars.
Okay, Delight he said, if Ivanka wasn't his daughter, he would do her. Okay, yeah, I think in 2016, or around that time, he may have said something like that. And yeah, I believe that's what happened. And yeah, I personally wouldn't say that about my daughter, but understood. Basically, I believe there was a video of that. I think I saw it. So I do know what you're referring to, but him hiring people like his daughter, I wasn't aware of that part, though. And Delight says the whole timing is disgusting. Oh, absolutely. And I think that another thing, Delight, is that a lot of the people in the files that are criminals have been redacted, so people can't know who they are. I do think that they need to be exposed. They need to unredact those names unless there's some legal reason why they're not doing it. I would like them to release all the names, and they did take a little while to get the files out, and they were saying the files didn't exist. So it definitely is some questionable way it was handled. And as I said, whoever was involved with it, I want everyone to be exposed and charged. But unfortunately, a lot of people involved with this is not going to be prosecuted like they should be. But hopefully they are one day, though. Yeah. And continuing.
Then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates, and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. I don't have it seems that everything is great, but in fact my dollar is shrinking in value.
If you, and you're the financial genius here. I'm just a lowly M&A guy.
Sure. If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you start to you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because the value.
That's why I wanted to ask the question then. This is my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great financial events in the 20th.
All right, the light says they haven't all been released either. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's really cringe how the files that aren't released, I think that they, everything needs to be completely released. And I wonder what are in those files they don't want us to see. Yeah, I do think that is correct that he is the one in charge of that outfit. Yeah. And she's doing what he wants her to do. Yeah. And, do you think, Delight, that they're redacting information that could incriminate Trump, maybe? Is that what you think? Or other people? Because that's possible that they may be trying to conceal save their own hide, so to speak.
20th century. I'm not going to get to the 21st. Where the great inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-70s. Before you go to explain inflation, why is the specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Because it goes back to the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves. The system is not well understood, and most systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how our digestive system.
Stop. This is impossible. This is impossible. The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system has to be so well understood by the Greenspans of the world and the Bernankes of the world and you, right? The currency traders, the guys making billion-dollar bets every day. The legendary guy on Wall Street in the late 90s, Versalin Brothers.
Lou Ranieri?
No, the guy that wrote the money.
Michael Lewis? Liar's Poker?
Yeah, Liar's Poker. Who's that about? That great trader.
Lou Ranieri.
No, it wasn't Lou, the guy that ran the desk. That eventually ran the hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Yes, I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I want to say, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Lou Ranieri is big, but those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation, most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time. It's one of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So it's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year than it did last year, if it buys less and less, like it happened, you used the term hyperinflation. There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, a $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the system starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system? You'd say, well, I hope so, because I want him to keep me healthy. But you could have a kidney infection, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of this system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists in different areas. So and I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. The guys in the room making the decisions, the party at Davos guys. You're sitting there, and you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect to the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying.
Exactly. Inflation is taxing the working people. It is. And inflation is, especially over here in America, and Delight, the inflation has not really calmed down like it was supposed to. Maybe in the long term it will cool off, but the inflation is not stopped like we thought it would. And it's, they'll print a lot of money, and then the value of the dollar goes down, my understanding of it. And it definitely is a tax on the working people because it makes prices and things more expensive while they just raise the prices on their groceries, etc. Make more money. So, yeah, that is like what he's referring to here about how that works. And this is like, say, the crash of 29, etc. The situation in Germany where they had hyperinflation and like a loaf of bread was like $1 million or a million marks, really. So, yeah, it's a really cringe. Oh, it's same there in Australia. Okay. Now, there are theories, Delight, that we use code words because of YouTube sometimes, but the plague that happened in 2020, there's theories that all the money that was sent out could have caused the inflation that we have now globally, and probably other factors as well, because it seemed like a global problem, even in Europe, etc. So, yeah, it's definitely a tax on the working people, and these elites like Epstein, etc., and the other billionaires, they're just stuffing their pockets, and it's really an unfair, a messed up situation. It really is. That's what we were talking about earlier about greed affecting people and corrupting them to be a certain way. That's basically what these people are and what they did with their power. Right.
Trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition. But there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. We might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands. But it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no one group or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market. Now you've asked about the trade of long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get in, somehow understand how complex systems interact? Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which a lot of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems. They're called neural nets. The term simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain. Nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs. The computers work, spit out an answer. Sounds normal to you. It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say no.
Oh, Delight, that's really cool. She said, I watched part of the Mardi Gras parade from New Orleans on YouTube live stream. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, maybe next year. Maybe next year I'll go and stream the Mardi Gras. Go there and stream it for y'all on my end. But yeah, that is really cool. You got to see that. You see, the Mardi Gras comes from the celebration before the Lent, because it's a Catholic city, so they celebrate Lent. That's where they'll party and stuff right before that happens. It's like a form of acknowledging about Jesus's 40 days in a desert. And yeah, because when I was a kid growing up, I was at the St. Patrick's parades and also Mardi Gras parades. Yeah, lots of floats, and also growing up too. When I was I've always gone to them throughout my life. Is what I'm trying to say. And we would go and catch beads and different trinkets and the blooms, etc. It's like a big party. Yeah, very nice. It's a really a big party, and the floats are very well artistically made. It's I went to a float factory place at a field trip one time, and I got to see the floats up close and how they make them, the artwork and stuff that goes into it. And Eugene says society is a pyramid scheme. Yep. It's like the all-seeing eye in the pyramid. Yep, exactly. Very true. And it's really crazy with the AI and the different technology they make. They don't know how it even works exactly. That it could do things they don't even know it can do. Yeah, Delight, being there is and watching it are two different things. Is also true. Yeah, it's like watching a festive movie. Definitely, that's really what it is. It's like a movie with all the different costumes and floats, etc. There's also the Zulu parade, which was based on Africa and their connection with Africa, because there's lots of people from Africa from over here. And they give out these Zulu coconuts, and it was they'll be golden and black, etc. That was really cool, by the way, when they would do that. Shout out to Red Toodles. And now the purple, green, and gold. Justice is purple, green is faith, and gold is power. You see, those colors are from the Russian coat of arms from one of the czars. It was a tribute to him when he visited the city, by the way. So that's really cool. You got to see that, Delight, on the live stream.
We don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer. That's pretty strange. They take the same neural net now, and they put it in front of a video game. No learning, nothing. They said, to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play. It seems the computer learns better than any human in history, faster than any human in history, beats any human in history, but when you ask the designer how did it do it, no one knows. It just did it. So that's the first little touch of things that we already have gotten to a place where we don't understand it, and we built it.
On Sunday afternoon, September 14th, 2008, where were you?
Sorry?
It was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously.
Yes.
So the financial crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be so amazing. This is going to be so amazing. I take it you didn't have your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times.
No.
How did you hear about how did you hear about, because I want
I forgot about this, but yes.
I'm trying to get, this is going to be amazing. This is, let's go back and do that again. Sunday afternoon, because I want to find out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008, is when they were working feverishly in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and at various law firms around town, and with the Secretary of Treasury and the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to save it. And so they prepared to put it into bankruptcy at the open of the market in London the next day. How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard that it was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come till months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, a 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place what's called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in a 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they would take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund.
Eugene says, AI stuff is crazy. What is publicly available is way behind what is being behind the closed doors. Yeah, there is definitely thought about how people with AI technology we have today, as what Eugene is saying, there's technology that's much more advanced than what they're giving us. That will probably get later at some point. Like, for instance, I'm sure this was from the 2000s, 90s type technology, and then in the future we'll get whatever technology they have now they're developing. So, yeah, and AI, they could do, sometimes it could be spiritual things could be involved with it, some people think. It also is just a computer algorithmic thing that has some sort of consciousness, like the Terminator type robots, and it can be used for a lot of good things and creativity, but also it could be a double-edged sword, though. Yeah. Delight says, I have no AI on my computer. That's good. Yeah. It definitely has a mind of its own. Oh, Delight. Yeah, those are cringe. Those are cringe. There are people who... Yeah, there are people who are making videos that are not appealing. And for instance, in your feed, the AI videos are popping up. And I've seen those videos before. Many of those AI videos are being taken off of the platform. And some of them can be very bizarre or weird. And especially shorts. There's lots of shorts that are... There's a lot of shorts, for instance, that depict AI activities and different historical figures, etc., that just seem kind of, some of them off-putting, some of them not. But yeah, definitely needs to stop. There is one crazy video that I saw of an AI. First AI video I saw was Trump and Biden eating spaghetti together, and the spaghetti eats them, and eats the White House and eats everything. That was the most trip. That was one of those trippy things I saw. I was like, whoa, this is weird. So yeah, definitely the algorithm needs to stop making being cringe. Yeah, the shorts. Because I know exactly what you're talking about, Delight. I see those all the time. Myself. And with the AI shorts, like for instance, there's a window, a woman in a train, and something hits the glass, and it clearly looks fake. And she gets startled, or as I said, these historical figures from. I saw one thing. It was Bin Laden, Hitler, Martin Luther King, and all in one video. These weird little short clips. It was like, yeah, these things be really crazy. And some of them are just weird. Yeah. And thank you for letting me know, the light. So I know now it's global. It's not just me. So, yeah, it's disturbing indeed. What these is AI, it could do things we can't even like realize it could do. Especially like we were talking on the show before, like if you think you could break something or think of something, and then you'll see an ad for it on the screen. Yeah, one of my friends was talking about she broke a coffee maker and saw an ad for that same coffee maker, then she didn't even like say anything to anybody online. So yeah, these algorithms are very spooky, and these videos could be unsettling. Yeah. Right.
What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing, what's happened? And he said, there's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt. I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified we're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us, like, what's going on? Am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt like this company called Lehman Brothers? And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. Oh, no, I said. Why? Because that's the company I was a partner in. And in fact, that was a company I had a very large investment in. So, as a great story, I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, and when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes, and the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I had called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on. And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under, and they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders and asked your thinking by the most prominent and important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call to somebody. Did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in that position?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you call the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns. The biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number two would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number three, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you'd ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6x9 with a steel bed and your food being passed into a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Okay, who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at J.P. Morgan, who was then, I didn't know it at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had two phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together and they're pretty short. So I was actually going between two phones talking to Bear Stearns and J.P. Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk or I should be in my $250 million greatest townhouse in New York City taking calls from the king of Saudi Arabia, the president of China, the head of Russia, the president of the United States to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that that never happened?
You're suggesting I was sort of somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. Just, it's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown. Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
no access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my Almond Joy bars. I had extra Almond Joy bars.
Did you eat Almond Joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just in fact, I was.
Is it because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Yeah, and yeah, thank you for the movie suggestion. I saw that on TV sometime in the past, but I certainly need to rewatch it. Thank you for the old ship movies. Yes, I liked Masters and Commanders. And because another thing is, I love the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, but I will say that, before Pirates came out, the way they had these ship movies were very different, and I like seeing how it was depicted back then too. So yeah, thank you for the suggestion. Always have excellent movie suggestions, by the way.
Well, people would constantly come if I was passing by or have to go for my medical. People would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
In
the beginning,
what were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
It serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money.
Or get advice. Yes.
Wait, they get advice to go long.
Yes.
You're telling me
is this time to buy?
You're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long.
Yeah. They want to know what
does that say about human nature?
Well, what I think that people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was, after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every newspaper.
I don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, 6 months before?
No, this is the same time. This is part of the same deal.
No, Bear Stearns, they just said, the Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's
right,
it.
they let
6 months before, they had bailed out Bear Stearns. But Bear Stearns was still a zombie,
A shell of its former
a
self.
former self. But they had, quote unquote, saved it. They admit, why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson and Bernanke, what's this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is, and why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before, and why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back when you have these systems to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go because the gallbladder is less important to your overall system. People, if at that time, even it's not that long ago, the boogeyman was when said, well, what really happened?
All right, Delight says, plus the bounty is a famous true story. The bounty is more realistic, like Masters and Commanders, far side of the world. Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, much more realistic. Definitely. Plus bounty is a famous true story. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Eugene says, I went to Leonardo AI and did a video of a cat eating spaghetti and then attacks the cat. Oh, scared. Yeah, the AI can come up with some very bizarre things at times. Yeah, it's when it generates something. It looks like the spaghetti in AI is sinister and plotting. Sus spaghetti. All right.
Happened, Jeffrey? What really happened? What is this financial crisis? And some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault, and it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis because the derivatives got somehow out of control and in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes, but derivatives were not the cause. Derivatives were not the cause at all. It's like saying your hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top of your head.
So what
when you
was
fell
the
down.
cause?
There isn't.
Hello, Moki. Good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. I hope that your quests went well today. And welcome to the chat. Earlier, Anna came and said hello to me. And I haven't seen her in a very long time. All right. And now what we are doing is we did some of the Depp trial in the very beginning, and then we got into conversation with one of the friends, Sonny, about Epstein stuff we're talking about, and kind of bouncing around different topics. Right. Okay. And Bubbles is calling me to do something, so I'm going to go this way. All right.
Let me say, there's no one specific cause. These are system collapses. So many times when they have to make your death certificate, when you say, well, what did he die from? They'll say heart failure. But if you say, what was the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had low blood pressure, his sugar was high, he was diabetic, he had all these other problems. But they say, no, we need a word on your death certificate. Did he die from brain damage? Did he die from heart failure? That's the financial crisis. Many people said, well, what caused it? They wrote, like on its death certificate, derivatives. But derivatives were not a fundamental Derivatives are not a fundamental cause of anything.
Was it Sunday or Monday? I take it was Monday morning when you made your two collect calls and you were talking to Bear Stearns on one hand and Morgan Stanley on the other.
J.P. Morgan.
J.P. Morgan. Did you? That was Monday morning. Did you, Jeffrey? Being one of the financial geniuses in the world, did you understand what Lehman Brothers going into bankruptcy, the domino effect, that by Thursday the financial system would be under such extremis that if it didn't have $1 trillion cash infusion in the United States, it might collapse? Did you know that at the time? Did you view that at the time?
Yes.
You did?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I don't want to bore you or the audience with the idea of it's a medical procedure, but you had system failures. So you'd recognize that if I said to you, did you realize when your father was...
All right, and Ogie said, I completed part 2 of the DMV quest, and I am finished with that, thank goodness. Oh, glad that you're finished with that quest. I know that was something that you were really needing to get done, because that was a lot of the DMV seems a little bit like a Temu DMV from sometimes. So yeah, that's good. And Delight says hi. That's nice to say to Moki. And you know, Epstein's like referring to the financial crisis. In his opinion, it was a combination of many different factors and not just one thing that was listed. All right. And let's see some more of this. And we'll continue. Let's go.
He was on the ground and he was clutching his chest and he couldn't breathe. It was a bad situation. He could die. That's how I saw it.
Did you immediately think about the commercial paper market? I mean, the mechanical triggers that actually you had to blow through these circuit boards. Did you know the circuits? Did you understand the circuits, or did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes, but only because of an analogy to a body. And in fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening, and I made the same discussion about the...
They were at the Treasury Department?
Yes.
So in a 6x9 cell in...
The phones were outside the cell.
In Palm Beach County, California?
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
That's what your juice diet.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. You're making a call to Washington, D.C. to talk to some deputy's Secretary of Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Right. Someone in Treasury.
Right.
And that does not, the night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that, how did I end up on this metal cot when I should be at the center of things?
No, I had a telephone, so I said, I can talk to, it makes no difference where I am, in fact. I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach. But I'm here in jail.
Your home in Palm Beach.
I can dial my own phone.
That's bullshit. No, but you can also make 1,000 phone calls. Here you got to make one, and he's got to take.
Think how much better that was. I had to decide who was the right person to call. That was unusual for me, because I would have called 20 people.
And
before.
What was the advice you gave him?
I said, you have a sick patient, and it's very much like a sick patient in the emergency room. You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stopped, we have to start your heart again. If
yeah, he's basically saying about how there are different factors that would lead to these financial problems that we would see. And, you know, as I said before, he and his cronies are these insiders that were most likely behind some of these things not working out right, and with the financial stuff. So, yeah, blaming one thing doesn't exactly work, where they have to go on a broader scale of multiple things, like a giant organism. Right. And
in the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up.
Once liquidity is basically cash, putting cash into the
Forget
system.
about what it is.
Okay.
Liquidity is liquidity. It allows the system, it's the blood of the system. You need to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it flowing. And if you're, especially when you're worried about someone dying, you're not going to be worried about the niceties of, well, you got the shirt dirty and there was some damage. Pump in that blood, keep that heart
When you
pumping
talked to the person in Treasury on Tuesday, the 16th, did you get a feeling as you were sitting in your 6x9 jail cell in West Palm Beach, Florida, that they were on top of things?
No, you can't. It's impossible to be on top of things. There's no such thing. It's, again, the doctor watching the patient die. You hopefully have some confidence that he's seen it before. He recognizes that there are some steps he has to take first before he bandages the guy's finger or worries about what shoes he has on. So you hope that the people in charge, your doctors who are working on the emergency patient, have enough experience and, frankly, judgment to try to keep the patient alive.
Did you think that they had those things, patience and judgment?
They had pretty good judgment, and you needed a lot of luck, just like in the dead patient. You need to, hopefully you put that blood in and it's not too late. And you make some mistakes, but you have to know you're going to have to give it a shock.
In the run-up to the September crash of 2008,
Yeah.
I guess you weren't occupied with finance. That whole summer, how long had you been in jail?
Went to jail June 30th.
So the entire summer.
Yes.
Before you went into jail, you were still very active in the financial markets.
Yes.
When I say active, you trade currencies every day, you trade stocks every day. When people,
I don't do any.
Someone like you, or you give advice to people to trade stocks or trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's, like Woody Allen said, you can't beat the bank. So I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got in problems, I think, in the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out. Did the Bear Stearns guys talk to you for advice at that time, when the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, but see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you'd blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack.
It seems, especially with these banking situations, it's more than like one person's fault a lot of times, and I do think, in my opinion, these things are set up to happen, and something triggers it, and then it goes down. But of course, any system, will have a collapse or a reset of some kind. And when things are mismanaged, it can cause a domino effect, I think. That is certainly with the systems that we have today, regarding that crash that happened in 2008. And in our recent time, we're seeing global inflation because of mass money printing. It does certainly depend on those different factors, and many people are not completely aware of this stuff because the education system, from my observation, although their school's cool, school is good, you could teach you basic things. They don't teach people about banking or about taxes, etc. It was most likely designed by those people like Rockefeller to keep people dumbed down about certain topics, but to be a good, worker in another way. In say, to that way there's less competition. Everybody's like kept in a bubble, and like leaders, etc. They're elected by popularity, and then when the leaders are elected by popularity and they have these different elites, they can get away. They have the money as a temporary cover up to do these evil things like what Epstein himself did, and they make like a little gang, a clique, to continue their things. Now with the internet, this was a big blunder for them because the internet, people could learn all kinds of different topics, etc. So a lot of these conspiracies seem like, in my opinion, are coming to light finally, where this, the disgraced person right here is completely ratting and telling about how their system works, and it's like a house of cards that falls down. And society as a whole, it must do what it can to go away from anything that's put in there that's like set there as a Trojan horse to cause a collapse of our civilization or whatever causes the inflation, different people turning on each other in the sense that countries, you have internal political conflicts, etc. Banking, if it's done improperly, that hurts people. Yep. That's why it's important to know yourself and what the opposition is. Exactly. And some facts about the banks is that safekeeping assets, the banks provide a secure place, usually for money to protect from theft, natural disasters. And as I told you all before, that's what they use banking houses in the past for. Now, when someone's able to have such a position of having all this money, etc., or helping secure wealth, they hold lots of power. And then by doing that, they do these other things. All right. Now, ways banks make money in the mainstream way that we're aware of is net margin. This, which many of you, I'm sure, know this. I may not know all of it, though, myself. So, learning experience for me. The net interest margin, this difference between the interest banks charge, borrow, and interest they pay to depositors. For example, a bank may pay 1% on savings accounts, but charge 6% on mortgage, keeping the 5% difference as profit. Service fees. Banks charge various fees, including monthly maintenance, overdraft, network ATM, and late payment fees. Intercharge fees. When you use a debit credit card, the merchant pays processing fee, the bank issued card. Investments. The bank also invests their own funds and customer deposits in assets like government securities or corporate bonds to earn additional returns. And let's see. How do they make it out of thin air? So when I made the point about, oh, hello Todd, good evening to you, welcome to the stream. In modern banking, creating money out of thin air, which refers to bank credit creation, well, banks do not literally print physical bills. They create electronic money by simply typing numbers into borrowers' accounts during the loan process. This process governed by a system called fractional reserve banking. how the process works. The initial deposit, you deposit 1,000 into the account, and reserve requirements by law. The bank must keep a small fraction of the money, for example, 10%. It's 100% in reserves. The New Mexico creation, the bank leads to remaining 90%. 900 to borrow does not physically hand over 900. Instead, it creates the borrower accounts a new 900 entry. The result, you see 1,000 in the accounts, and the borrower now has 900 to spend. Money supplies grow from 1,000 to 1,900. The cycle repeats by borrowers spending 900 and recipient despite into another bank. That second bank keeps 10% reserves and lends the rest, counting to expand the total supply. All right, thank you, Todd. It says apparently Israel on full alert. U.S. military attack on Iran likely Saturday or Sunday. Apparently, okay. Yeah, I was seeing that they're trying to get them into a treaty about the nuclear treaty. I saw that. And what you're saying is on the record. Thank you, Todd. We'll see what happens. And let's see. All right, so during the Napoleonic Wars in 1803 to 1815, banking money creation worked through an early version of the fractional reserve system, but with a critical difference. Money was tied to physical gold, silver, and the thin air creation you asked, of which I was referring to, about happened primarily through two different strategies. Britain and France funded massive costs. So Britain innovated temporary breaking in the link between paper money and gold, the suspension of specie payments. All right, 1797, the fearing of the French invasion and bank run, the British government allowed Bank of England to stop trading paper notes for gold. Credit expansion, because they no longer had to keep 100% gold backing, the bank could Oh, okay, understood, Todd. Understood. And he says Twitter X has been going nuts with the information about what I said. Yeah, earlier, I've not been on Twitter, and I appreciate the update, that there is, the conflicts that are going on with Iran. I was told earlier today about that things are going on with it, and I looked it up. So, yeah, anything that you could tell us about it when you get updates, I really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. And I'm glad others are taking interest in the topic about Iran and Israel, because that's a big deal, especially if they do strike Iran, because it's we could have it's another conflict to happen. Yeah, I'm sure they are freaking out over it over there. Yeah. I'm sure it's probably, in my opinion, it's probably mostly it's trending right now, as they say. All right. All right, credit expansion, because they no longer had to keep 100% gold backing. The bank could issue more notes to the government to pay for the war. This transformed debt into money and effectively creating a fiat-like system for duration of the conflict. Sovereign debt. Britain relied heavily on its credibility to borrow from private markets. It issued government bonds, councils that were bought by public and banks like Nathan Mayer Rothschild, who famously helped fund the Wellington's army. France, the hard money approach. And Moki says, Iran is not our friend, and the people there want liberation. Yeah, that is true. The people there have a government that is very of totalitarian, and the people want to have like a country like ours with a republic, a democracy, etc. And they used to have another government there, but then it got taken out. So that is you are correct. The people there are rioting and want to overthrow the regime that is there. That is definitely true. And however it happens, we will hopefully they can have their freedom at some point. However that happens. Right. France, the hard money approach. Napoleon was deeply suspicious of paper money due to the disastrous collapse of the paper currency, just like in our time with the paper money losing its value. There, it happened in France too, etc., different times in the past. During the French Revolution, that is what happened, and found of the Banque de France in 1800, Napoleon created the Banque de France to stabilize the economy. Unlike Britain, he mostly insisted on keeping the currency, the franc, convertible into gold or silver, and extraction. Because he couldn't easily create money out of thin air without risking inflation, Napoleon funded his wars through conquest. He forced defeat nations like Austria, Prussia, to pay massive war indemnities, literally millions of francs in gold, to cover his military costs. Right. Let's see some updates on Iran. All right, Todd says breaking news: Iran's military and IRGC is now in full alert and could close the Strait of Hormuz by Friday, world's only waterway for oil travel to the world. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, because they do a lot of oil in the Middle East and Iran. They certainly do that, and that would be certainly crazy if they did that. There's lots of trade goes on there. Current updates on February 18, 2026. Let's see. Now, these are some from the news earlier that was going on with Iran. Okay, so Iran U.S. officials, led by Special Envoy, reached an understanding on guiding principles for potential nuclear deal during indirect talks in Switzerland. Key gaps: while progress was noted, significant friction remains. The U.S. is demanding zero uranium enrichment, while Iran has signaled it might only agree to a temporary halt up to 3 years or a regional enrichment consortium. Okay, upcoming proposals. Iran is expected to submit detailed written proposals within the next 2 weeks to address the remaining disagreements. That's something that happened earlier. Right. Military escalation threats, like what Todd was talking about. Right. Reports indicate that U.S. military is prepared to strike as early as this weekend. Although there's not been any, the news has not doesn't know what is going to exactly happen, but we certainly seems to be leaning towards that it most likely will happen. Perhaps. Fortification. New satellite imagery shows that Iran is rapidly burying fortifying key nuclear sites with concrete shields and soil to protect them from potential aerial attacks. Regional drills. In show of force, Iran and Russia are scheduled to conduct joint drills in the sea and Oman starting February 19. Yeah, if Russia and Iran they join forces, this will be like another. They are another axis against the West, and they're likely going to. It could be a proxy war that could happen between us and them. U.S. posture: a second U.S. aircraft carrier, U.S. Gerald R. Ford, is being deployed in Middle East to increase pressure on Tehran. Massive anti-government rallies continue globally and domestically, marking the 40 days since a brutal crackdown in January. Yeah, there's lots of protests and people that are being arrested and missing, and you can see it all over the news. Like it's people are fed up with what's going on over there. Okay, Todd said CBS News reports attack could happen Saturday night, midnight Eastern time. Oh, nice. Okay, thank you for the update. Similar to like with Venezuela, they just went in there and got what they had to get done, and they went out. So it looks so maybe they're having another one, right? Iran rial hit near record lows, approximately 1.63 million to USD, fueled by accelerating capital flight and tightening U.S. oil sanctions. Now, this is more about the strike. The U.S. has prepared military assets for potential strike on Iran, primarily to halt accelerating nuclear program and force new diplomatic agreement. And this country that's hostile towards America and doesn't like us and our values, having a nuclear weapon could be not good for the people that live here. And so they want to halt nuclear enrichment. And by the way, as I said, there's lots of protests against their own government. The most immediate concern is Iran's stockpiling of uranium enriched to 60% purity, which the International Atomic Energy Agency IAEA warns is a short technical step from weapons grade. The U.S. is specifically targeting fortified sites like the Fordo fuel enrichment plant, which is believed is crucial to Iran's nuclear weapons ambitions. President Trump is using the threat of force as leverage in ongoing indirect negotiations in Geneva, the U.S. demanding that Iran completely abandon the uranium enrichment program, even for civilian purposes, hand over its existing stockpiles of rich uranium, include non-nuclear issues, and a deal such as limiting the ballistic missile program. The admission argues that if Iran acquires a nuclear weapon, it will trigger a regional arms race, leading to other neighboring regimes to seek their own nuclear capabilities, which J.D. Vance describes as a disaster for American people. Yeah, and like the Saudis don't like Iran, and they said they want it one if Iran gets one, because these Middle Eastern countries don't always get along with each other, and they're going to all want these weapons, and it could cause a destabilization happening. Right. U.S. has also pointed out that Iran's government has violent repression of domestic protesters as reason for intervention. President Trump has warned that U.S. would get involved if the regime continued to kill its own people. And a lot of times with regime, you see, they had a regime before, and it seemed like people didn't like that regime. But the people, I feel, were more westernized than they are now, if that makes sense. But people didn't like that leader, right? So they took that guy out and had the revolution, right? But then this person seems either worse or just as bad as the other guy. So I think it'd be better for countries to try to model their nations like we have, with the government system and the legal system. And we watch trials. A lot of us watch trials here. It's one of our main topics. And yeah, if you have a country that doesn't have a fair trial for its people, it's pretty much a lost cause for the people that are in there. The people have to have their basic rights, because it's like, oh, somebody says says a tree is actually Mickey Mouse, they get arrested, put in prison. It's like people, it's crazy. So yeah, people have a right to protest over there, and the fact that people are protesting means that they're not happy with what's going on. A strike is seen by some analysts as a way to degrade Iran's ability to fund, supply its regional proxies, including groups in Lebanon, Gaza, Yemen, and Iraq, which U.S. claims to stabilize the Middle East. While military plans have been privately approved, the White House maintains that diplomacy remains the first option, allowing a 2-week window for Iran to respond to recent proposals. But we'll see when they do if they do the strike on them or not. Thank you, Todd, for the updates. Okay, Todd says breaking. U.S. military recon units already in Iran making certain targets for destruction. BBC News, Sky News Australia. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I think no matter what, Iran wouldn't have liked the United States, and their people want to be liberated from all this nonsense that's going on. Definitely.
But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
Because of what Bob Rubin and he did to the deregulate the financial system?
No. Because as of the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you, no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and whites who wanted to have a ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Bill Clinton.
Okay.
And why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before, I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way, because I'm sure I'll get your vote, that you can own a house, because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you really, you're right on the border, maybe, or not even on the border. Your credit is not good. Okay, let's be honest.
And this crook was really close to Clinton, and he would definitely know that. And the reason being is that a lot of these policies they would put in there, they marketed it just like he was talking about. People voted for them because they're popular. They come up with a popular idea people want to hear, and they word it and articulate it a certain way. By doing this, people think it's helping them, but it's actually helping those at the top. It's like a vacuum. It's a like you say, like a Ponzi scheme, like what Eugene earlier was saying about it being a pyramid scheme. That's basically what this is. They will have someone that's able to be very well liked go in there, make policies, but it benefits those at top. And just like communism itself, not that Clinton was communist or anything, but just an extreme example, like communists, they marketed themselves to have this magical utopia where everything's perfect and everything's gonna magically be okay and God doesn't exist, but actually made like the most worst totalitarian regime ever thought of. And the same thing with Iran. They had this utopian vision, and they're gonna have their order, but instead they get a worse or just as bad regime as they did last time. Okay, Moki, good night to you. Thank you for hanging out with us. Take care, and have a good one. Okay. See you tomorrow. Yeah, so that's what they do. They sell people a lie and they buy it, and it causes themselves more problems. Exactly.
And it's not my fault, it's not Bill Clinton's fault, but if whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good. Now, normally, you come to me and want to borrow money, I'm a bank, and I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I say to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yeah, it sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your credit situation subprime. Oh, Nobody knows what that means. Subprime. That means prime is good credit. Subprime is not good credit, less than good credit. So we'll call it something that people really won't follow, and we'll tell you what. We're going to have people lend you money, though you are a subprime borrower, and I will figure out some government agencies to guarantee your loan, though I don't think you're a good risk. So the banks say, no, 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 we don't want, initially, the banks said, sorry, this is too risky, Mr. President, for us. We're in the business of managing risk. It's not our money. It's the hard-working people's money sitting in our bank. We can't lend to people whose credit is not prime. You're asking us to lend to people who are subprime. And he says, here's the key, if you don't, Mr. Bannon, I'm going to make sure the Justice Department charges you with discriminatory lending because you refuse to lend to my subprimers. In business terms, you should never lend to. But what we'll do is I'm going to form an agency called Fannie Mae and Ginnie Mae, just another agency names. They'll guarantee your loan. So don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to pay it back anymore. Even though and maybe you don't even have to work as hard anymore. That's probably a harsh statement, but these players, these two big firms, Fannie Mae, will guarantee the fact that that bank will receive its money. Now, the bank says, wow, best deal in history. I refused to lend to Mr. Bannon, but now he has the big brother, his Uncle Sam. He went to his Uncle Sam, and Uncle Sam says, I'm guaranteeing it. The bank says, I want everybody. Give me as many people as you can give me, because Uncle Sam is the best credit in the world. Not only it's the United States government. We'll take it all. We'll take as much subprime as we can handle, because it's the best investment for the moment. It's a strange investment because it has politics that has inserted its way into the numbers. Politics doesn't belong in the markets, but now we're going to have, I want the votes, we'll make guarantees that you who can't get a house normally will be able to get a house from the bank. The bank says, this is the best deal in history. We will package 100, 300, 1,000 of you subprimers, and we'll sell it off to somebody else. And the whole system becomes mired in subprime mortgages. That's becomes the issue.
What do you mean mired? There's just too much supply. It's a supply-demand problem. You get too much supply?
No, it's a very good question. What does too much supply mean? Well, then you get to people, go back to your first question to me, government leaders. Government leaders know if they're good, and they can do mathematics, they can balance their checkbooks. So certain people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages? The banks say, we've been valuing them the same way we've always valued them for the past 20 years. The accounting firms, there's something in this country called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type of accounting. And we account for them the same way we've always accounted for them. If we paid $1,000 for your mortgage last night.
Okay, breaking. Iran to use rolling blackouts beginning Friday in preparation for potential U.S. attack to preserve energy. AP News. Wow, it's really heating up. Yeah. Thank you, Todd.
Last night, when we put it on our books today, we're going to say its value is $1,000. Makes sense. I paid for it. What's its value? It's $1,000. That's what I paid for it last night. No. The Congress people said, that's not really a good answer, you know. That doesn't give us confidence that you know what you're doing. Because what happens if you have to sell it tomorrow morning? If something's happened and you have to sell it. Remember, there's kinds of stress tests. Would you be able to value it at what you paid for it the day before? And Wall Street says, that's not the way you can think about this. This is crazy. We always value things at the cost from the day before. And they changed the accounting method, in essence, to say not what it was worth yesterday, but if I have to sell, what would it be worth? That's impossible. So what happens is every bank now has to value something they bought yesterday at lower than they paid. Never before in 20 years did they have to do this. So something they bought at 1,000, on their books was 1,000, is now 990. That starts to, you asked the question about what did I start to think about. Something's 1,000 and 990, this person now has to value it at 980.
When did you first start to get nervous?
Delight says, no, Delight, I can see your comment. I can see I can see it. And, okay, Delight says, you have to ask yourself, what did Iran do to the U.S.? That's a good question. And it is a country that's very far away from where we are. It's, so, the reason being is that, okay, the thing is that a lot of times with Iran, they do chant death to America, and there's a suspicion that if they're ideologically different than the United States, and they have shown aggression towards the country, in general, by their propaganda, etc. So there's concern if they had a nuclear weapon, they might use it against us. Now, some people argue, though, by doing what we're doing, we're going to cause more problems to them. Not more problems to them, but more war with them by attacking them, some people say. Another factor is that the people within Iran don't like their government, and they want to have a different system. So America feels responsible to go and try to make it more free. That's what America wants to do. But so those are the reasons why America has problems with Iran, and then there's also Israel too involved, which is an ally of the United States. So it's really a rabbit hole of a lot of things. Not a lot of people may say it's unjustified, but those are the reasons that would be given that I know of. Yes, Iran used to be a democracy. Yeah. Its regime now is different than it was before. And it's really the internal struggle within their own nation to try to make it like it used to be. That is, and also another thing is that if they got a nuclear weapon, it may cause a chain reaction of other countries having their own nuclear weapons. But as I said, there's also conflict with Israel too. People think that Israel may have caused problems to the region, and then they mad at America. It really goes back and forth to all kinds of different hypotheticals. Really, there's a lot of different complicated things in it. Until the U.S. overthrew their gov in 1954, truth is, you think that Donald is really a puppet. Okay, and yeah, now people have told me that the regime that was there, although it was more free in my opinion, or more westernized probably, some people tell me that the regime was not good, and they wanted to, the people there wanted overthrown, but then they put this one in place, and then this one went rogue, and the people want it to be liberated. Now, I'm not, Israel and America are very close, and Trump and Netanyahu are very close. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that there's certainly influence there or things going on with that. But one thing that I can't deny seeing is that Iran and America are very different ideologically. They seem to, I think, would have shown aggression towards America either way. But although it doesn't affect us directly, technically, if they had a nuclear weapon, it could cause a domino effect. That is about the nuclear weapon issue. there's a separate part where America feels like it wants to help other countries with their issues, which is known for, there's many historical problems with it. But the people in Iran seem to not like what their government is doing, and America wants to try to maybe help undo a wrong it did by taking the other regime out, maybe. But as I said, it may not just be one thing. I'm not denying it could be this or that. It may be a combination of things. And I hope that lives cannot be lost and that Iran could have a free, good country, and we can too. And I want to see as less wars as possible, although there is a time for peace and a time for war. Right, and Delight says only one country ever used nukes on civilians. That is true. During we in America did do that, and which that's a separate topic than Iran. It's a completely separate topic, but I will dive into that. So yeah, it did use one on Japan, and Japan did attack Pearl Harbor first, and America did, trying to preserve its sovereignty from being split into two different countries. America felt that it was attacked first to end the war, but of course people may disagree with the outcomes of World War II, understandably. But that was the reason America would give why it did that, to end the conflict. But Iran also wants a nuclear weapon too, and we know how destructive they can be. So we wouldn't want anybody, and America has not done it ever since. You have to understand that it didn't do it multiple times, and these other countries might use it more frequently, and we would want Iran to be aligned, if they did have a nuclear weapon, to be aligned with our country and how we function, or how the world, say there's a world global treaty, how nuclear weapons are handled. Iran may want to just use it indiscriminately, hypothetically, but of course, you may argue that why can America have one but Iran can't? It's a good argument to make, though. But all the other ones can, so I can understand the argument there, because people want to protect their own country and their own people. So that is the concerns, and they want to reduce a conflict from happening, because certainly America knows more than anybody about what nuclear weapons can do. All right, let's see. Do you really believe America cares about Iranian people? Come on, be real. I don't know what... See, I do think that war is profitable. We could agree on that. That a lot of these governments with oil, etc. I'm not denying that could be a factor. I also think that, of course, Israel and Iran have problems with each other, too. That is a factor as well. And do they care about the people in Iran or not? Could be disputable. Maybe they don't. Maybe they do. But it certainly would be good to help their people out, not be subjugated by the regime. Either way, it would help the people out, regardless of what reasons are behind it. Because I'm not them. I don't know what reasons they have or don't have. It could be a combination of things, too. U.S. used 2 nuclear bombs in Japan, Hiroshima, and Nagasaki. That is correct. Absolutely. Delight says Trump crying because of the Epps files and he needs a distraction. Yeah, Delight, there has been a lot of speculation that they want a distraction from that, from the files. Although, as I said before, there hasn't been... If there was something concrete against him, I think it would have been revealed, but... and Mary Toodles doesn't agree with that, but... Or maybe they redacted it, or whatever, because... I think there certainly would be all over the media of if something came out. Not saying something didn't happen. If something came out that he did something, so he has a history of people in Delight. He does keep saying he wants people to not focus on the Epstein files and move on. He has repeatedly said that. That is true. But another thing is that Iran is something that was probably going to happen anyway. At some point, it was going to be a conflict. So it may have happened coincidentally. I don't know if it's necessarily a distraction. It could be. But I think that was going to be inevitable for Iran to happen. And it just seems like it just happened the way it occurred. Now, I do love Japan, definitely. Very much. And it's an unfortunate battle that took place. And if there was any other way they could have done it without using nuclear weapons, that would have been much better if there was another option. Because many people lost their lives. Then the nuclear weapons were leaked, and now all the other countries got them. As has been revealed, Trump is in those files more than God in the Bible. And, yeah. Now, somebody could be mentioned in the files and not do anything wrong, hypothetically. But with Trump, as I said before, he knew him for a long time. And the facts is that there is an alleged incident that someone accused him of doing something in there, yes. But there hasn't been much confirmation about how accurate it is or not. But there was something like that there. But then another thing that confuses me is that if he did something, why would he call the FBI on him and kick him out of Mar-a-Lago and call him a creep, etc.? If he was doing something with him, wouldn't he also get in trouble? I don't know. That's up for speculation, what people want to believe about that. But as I said, I just don't, at the moment, see anything concrete that he's like completely guilty of something. But doesn't mean he didn't do it, though. Okay? Doesn't mean he didn't do it. Mary Toodles and Delight disagree with me. That's fine. And also, Light says Trump has history of abusing women, and now certain cases have come out about that. I need to look up about these cases because I'm not completely familiar with them. Let's see. Anybody that abuses women or children is, completely wrong for doing that, by the way. And abuse. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Since 1970s, at least 28 women have publicly accused Trump of sexual misconduct, including allegations of rape, sexual assault, harassment, while Trump has consistently denied all wrongdoings. One civil case has resulted in a legal finding of liability. And Light says he cheated on his wife with Prawn Stars while she was pregnant. If he did that, he shouldn't have done that. If he did do that. Now, when something's alleged, it doesn't mean that somebody actually did something. Some people will claim that, not me, specifically, but I'm just telling you all information that has been presented to me, is that some allegations came out during his political career, and some people argue why they come out all the time later when he was running for an office, etc. There's conspiracies that they're trying to discredit his public image to try to get him out of office. Now, I don't know off the top of my head of anything that he did that he was found guilty of. But, hopefully as he got older, he changed from that and doesn't do that anymore. But, as I said, I think that's wrong if that is true. Anyone that was abused by him, if that is a thing, shouldn't have occurred. Although I'm not completely familiar with the cases, so to comment on it, I don't have much to say until I do my research. But let's see. He did that. It happened before he was president. Okay, Delight, thank you for information. Understood. Yeah, and okay, E. Jean Carroll. In May 2023, a New York jury found Trump liable for sexual abuse and defamation against. This, of course, is after his political career, during his political career. Writer E. Jean Carroll related to mid-90s encounter in a department store. Trump was ordered to pay a total of $88 million in damages across the two trials. The judge later noted jury's finding met the common definition of rape. And Delight says he was found guilty of 34 counts of fraud. Okay, thank you for information. Okay. All right, Summer Zervos, a former apprentice contestant who alleged that Trump forcibly groped her in 2007. She filed for defamation lawsuit after he called her a liar, which she later withdrew in 2021 without compensation. Ivana Trump, during their 1990 divorce, Trump's wife alleged in a sworn deposition that he had raped her in a fit of rage. She later clarified she did not want the world interpreted in a literal criminal sense, and eventually described him as a close friend before her death. All right, Stormy Daniels, Jean Carroll won her case. He owes Carroll millions of dollars. Okay, thank you, Delight, for the information. As I said, I'm not completely familiar with these. I've heard of these things happening, but I'm not completely familiar with the cases, which I should be. I should be more familiar with it. I believe that someone does something wrong or there's some allegations, it should be known. All right. Jill Harth, a former business partner who filed a 97 lawsuit alleging attempted groping during early 90s, and the suit was withdrawn as part of a settlement and separate business dispute. Okay. So those are some of the... Someone won their case, as Delight says, and these were some of the accusations against him. Okay. And Delight says, as of September 2025, a federal appeals court upheld that Trump owes E. Jean Carroll $83.3 million in damages. Okay. Thank you for information. Yeah. That is a lot. That's a lot. All right. Let's see, physical groping, pageant incidences, and Stacey Williams. October 24, the former model alleged Trump groped her in 93, a coordinated manner with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, Todd says, breaking news, B-2 bombers in U.S. have been put on standby alert, not fully alert yet, reports. Okay, thank you, Todd. Yeah, now, it would have been good for them to... 2024 is a long time. I would think it would have been better for them, more effective, for them to come out sooner than 93. I've never been abused or anything like that, so I don't know what the what a person goes through. I don't know what would trigger something, but if they did it more earlier, they could have discredited him before he even got into office. Because this is an argument that would be made, is that they did it during his political career. They accused him, like nearly 30 years later. But I'm not saying it didn't happen. It's wrong that it happened. Quite bizarre people. As I said, Hollywood and all these billionaires, they'll do all kinds of very bizarre things, it seems. But, yeah, just the timing of it would cause doubt in some people. Okay, let's see. So far, he hasn't paid her because he's president. And Delight, that is, something is... People think it's controversial, is that a president can be completely given amnesty about anything. They can't be charged with any kind of crime. There was also another thing he did with intelligence, that he said something that defied U.S. intelligence, and that was a violation that he could have been charged for, but when he became president, he wasn't charged for it. So that is, yeah, that's true. So maybe after he gets out of office, are they going to go after him more? Oh, we'll see. And he is older, so if he's living till then, which he'll probably be alive. We'll see what happens with that. Yeah. And certainly these things need to be talked about, and we want to have complete transparency and unbiasedly about these things. All right. And as I said, the Epstein stuff, that the allegations, there's an alleged person that in the documents that accused him of something. At the moment, there's not much on that case, and if more can come out about that, if it really did occur, we would like to see that. But I will say it is noble of him to have these files released, although he gave a lot of trouble about it, and we don't know what he really thinks about it. But, because earlier this year, Delight, they were saying that the files didn't exist, but they... did exist and it came out, but I do appreciate this administration did release the files, and he did call the FBI on Epstein, which I think is good that he did that. And if he was an accomplice, the last thing I think he would do is call the FBI on Epstein. But as I said, people can come up with a counter argument on why he would do that if he was involved, because there could be a reason. Anyway, he put tariffs on Australia, and we didn't do anything to USA. We are allies. Oh, okay, Delight. Okay, that's why there's an issue with him. Okay, in Australia, you are one of our greatest allies, and your beautiful island has lots of fascinating deserts and beaches, etc. We always like the Aussies and the movies. A lot of movies came from there, etc. And we always like the crocodile hunter too. Yeah, so Trump does put a lot of tariffs on different countries. Now, let's see why he did this. Because with China, the reason why he put tariffs on China, not Australia, I don't know what the reason with Australia is. And I understand that may hurt your economy. And, the innocent people that did nothing wrong, that didn't do anything to anybody, have to suffer for it. And I do feel for you all, definitely. It should be stopped. China, specifically, there was some unfair trade going on with China, and they wanted the more work to come to the United States. That was China's reason, but I didn't really know about Australia. Let's see. Why has... Oh, yes, spiders and sharks. And I will say, y'all have some crazy critters there. Really big spiders and animals and insects and things that will make a sailor run and scream. Definitely. And I learned recently that y'all have camels in that desert. And that's very interesting. All right. And, by the way, okay, let's see, in 2025, the Trump administration imposed tariffs on Australian goods as part of a sweeping America First trade policy amidst at reducing U.S. trade deficit, promoting domestic manufacturing. Despite Australia's status as a close ally with a free trade agreement, U.S. applied these measures to almost all trading partners. Trump has, in his administration, cited several specific reasons for targeting Australia. Yeah. Okay, Trump argued that other nations take advantages U.S. market while maintaining their own trade barriers. He implemented 10% baseline reciprocal tariffs. Nearly all countries force fairness in trade, regardless of existing surplus. So I could certainly see where Australia feels very wronged being our ally and being a free trade. It's certainly, feeling wrong is a normal emotion to feel. All right. The beef ban. Trump specifically signaled Australia's 2003 ban on U.S. beef, initially due to mad cow disease concerns, claiming it unfairly protected Australian farmers while U.S. imported billions in Australian beef. So it looks like, with no pun intended, they have beef from 2003. Another factor is that I wasn't able to go to England to see my family because of mad cow disease, by the way. Just a fun fact. And thankfully I didn't, go over there and get something like that, because that would have been weird. Oh, you do more business in China now. Okay. Yeah, because there's a lot of jobs that left the United States, and they want to bring jobs back into the country. And because there's a job deficit and there's inflation, so they want to try to help the U.S. economy get back to being better. Of course, at the same time, we want all economies to do well. It's just America seems to feel, the American people feel that the country's been taken advantage of by other nations, and they want to have more of a fair game. Not saying Australia did anything. I don't, they seem like a free trade and they're our ally. But other countries like China specifically did stuff. There's Japan, so he seems like he's attacking everywhere. And it would, usually when they do a tariff, it's forcing the other country to, if they're doing something wrong, not Australia, but the other countries that are doing something wrong, to like China, to negotiate with us about something. Or say there's a fentanyl trade, and there's fentanyl all over the place, where people touch a dollar bill, and they get fentanyl poisoning, and they either die or get really sick. And drugs, etc., that are coming in, because China had this opium war, as you know, from a long time ago with the British Empire, and some people think they want revenge on us. So they wanted to do tariffs on China for those other reasons. But I said, but I appreciate Australia's alliance and their partnership with the United States, in spite of the awkward situation with the tariffs. Right. And pharmaceutical pricing. U.S. administration criticized Australian pharmaceutical benefits scheme, which allows the government to negotiate lower drug prices with manufacturers. U.S. trade officials viewed a trade grievance that disadvantaged American pharmaceutical companies. Now, pharmaceutical companies make a lot of money on a lot of things, okay? There's a lot of shadiness with our pharmaceutical companies. Although they're important, there's still questionable practices of them. Steel and aluminum protection. Earlier 2025, Trump imposed 25% tariffs on all imported steel and aluminum. He argued that these industries are vital to national security, that global excess production was hurting the U.S. producers. Revenue offshoring. Generate revenue to offset cost of domestic tax cuts and offshore jobs to incentivize companies to move manufacturing back to U.S. While some food and beef tariffs were reportedly eased or removed in late 24-25, following negotiations, many baseline tariffs on industrial goods remain point of contention between the two nations. All right, so it seems like our countries are in a trade war. So hopefully that can be, at some point, everybody get along and be eased. 'Cause I know the regular people that did nothing wrong have to suffer for it. You know, just like the inflation is a tax on working people. It's like, while the wealthy people are perfectly fine, it's certainly a messed up situation. Seems like in our time, there's political proxy wars with policies over wars of tanks and firearms, etc. It seems like a different type of war now. Camels and... Right, Australia has home to world's largest herd of wild camels, with a population estimated between 300,000 and 1.2 million. While they are iconic in the Middle East, Australia actually exports camels back to other countries like Saudi Arabia. And racing, breeding, and meat. Why are they in Australia? So the camels were first imported from the Canary Islands in 1840 to help explore the vast arid interior of the continent, which is very, very fascinating to me. Passion is over in Australia too, and her and I had like a whole stream talking about this. Between 1870 and 1920, as many as 20,000 camels and 2,000 handlers, often called Afghans or Gahans, were brought from India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan to transport goods and help build major infrastructure like the overland telegraph line and the Gahan Railway. How they become feral. Like in the United States, there are feral horses, what they call wild horses, that are just in the middle of the nowhere and they go and fight each other. Right. And when trucks and cars arrived in 1920s and 30s, camels became redundant. Instead of being culled, many were simply released into the wild with no natural predators, except occasional dingoes or calves. And the climate, they were perfectly evolved for their population to explode. And Australia has an arid, middle of nowhere desert, like in the center of it. When my sister used to live there, and over in the eastern part, in the city, and I thought like everything was like a giant like cities and stuff all over the island, but instead it's just in the coastal regions, and the rest of the place is just a giant desert. So it's like a utopia for camels, pretty much. Yeah. And despite their historical importance, feral camels cause significant damage to Australian outback. Environmental damage. They consume more than 80% of available plant species, stripping native vegetation and upcoming native animals for food. Water destruction during droughts. Camels can swell water from 5 km away. They frequently invade remote towns, indigenous communities, and damaging pipes, pumps, and even air conditioners to reach water. Live in the Coral Bay. It's 1,200 kilometers from the closest city. Okay. Oh, fascinating. Okay. Yeah, there's. I remember Passion was telling me the desert is completely silent. It's completely silent. And kind of like at nighttime, it's like that, where there's no cars or anything. It's just like a dead silence. That seems like what it's like. That's very, very, very cool delight. Only 200 people or so lives here. It's that sounds like a. It sounds secluded. It's nice to have a few people because like over in America, you have cities, and I mean I'm not complaining about America, but there's all kinds of drama in a big city, So and America's will have ways about them sometimes. So the 200 people in a little town getting along sounds cool, and I would think it would be. So yeah, that's interesting. Well, only a few people. It seems like there's little pockets of people, little towns and parts of Australia. Now, I'm sure like the center part of it is just like an empty land. Now, I'll say about y'all's roofs are cool. Oh yeah, Delight. Yeah, Delight says there are more tourists than people that live there. Right. Right. Okay. And you see, with that of the roofs are very unique in Australia. So it's called congruent roofs. It's what we call sheet metal roofing. My grandpa had a roofing company, so I was always interested in roofs. So yeah, this is what the roofs look like in America. So let's say roof roofing shingles. I spelled it wrong, but it's okay. All right, so this is what a roof looks like over in America. Which you probably know this already, but Passion didn't quite understand it. So she didn't know about it or wasn't familiar with it. And so this is how roofs look like where we are, and this is an architectural shingle, by the way. And where y'all are, it's the sheet metal, what we call sheet metal here. And the sheet metal seems to be easier and better to move around and repair. See, these roofs, you have to tear it all off with a shovel and do a whole exodus of a job over it. And that's how they put the roofs on, and are different. And sheet metal, let's see. Right, and over there they have more roofs that are more sheet metal like. You can install some of the roofs are like this where we are, but not a lot of them are not. And so you just have that, and you can just screw it on and screw it off if you need to replace it. It's much more of a better idea than what we have over here. So shout out to y'all have cool ideas. Now the reason for the sheet metal is, let's go over this way. Let's go wrong thing. It's a Y. So now sheet metal in general is a staple in our Australian economy because the country is a global leader in raw materials needed to make it, particularly iron ore for steel and bowite for aluminum. While Australia exports massive amounts of these raw materials. It also maintains a significant domestic industry focused on value-added fabrication and local. Abundance of raw material. Australia is the world's largest exporter of iron ore, providing 65% of purity ore that is cheaper to refine than lower grade despite found elsewhere. This provides a steady local supply of the core ingredients for steel and aluminum. Major industry drivers. The sheet metal market in Australia values about 2.5 billion to 5.5 billion. Now, there's a lot of mining in Australia, from what Passion said, and some of it's not good for the environment, which I would hope Australia's environment can be preserved, because it's messed up when that happens. Most of it is concentrated in New Zealand, New South Wales, and Victoria. Alright, and let's see, let's see, roofs, sheet, metal, okay, and in Australia, the metal roofs, specifically corrugated steel, that's the word I was looking for, are national icon because they are perfectly adapted to the continent's extreme environment and historical development. Climate resilience. Australia weather is famously harsh, and metal roofs are engineered to handle it. Brush fire. Safety metal is non-combustible. In fire-prone regions, sheet metal roofs provide a critical barrier against flying embers that might ignite wooden shingles or get under tiles. The west coast of the United States needs roofs like this because they have wildfires all the time. Okay. Okay, Todd says open social media in DC is reporting that the president is getting updates on the Iran situation every 2 hours. All options are given to him on each update. Oh, okay, good to know. Thank you. Heat reflection. Modern products like the color bound steel use reflective technology to bounce solar heat away, keeping homes and cooler and reducing air conditioning costs by up to 20%. Storm performance. Unlike tiles, which can crack or lift during heavy hail and high winds, large metal sheets are securely fastened to the building's frame, making them highly resistant to cyclonic conditions. Alright, sheet metal. And originally corrugated become building material that made the bush in the 19th century. The Golden Rush. During the mid-1800s, the population exploded and miners needed housing fast. Corrugated iron was lightweight, cheap, and easy transport to remote areas by horse and carts. Water collection. For a dry continent, the metal roof was a literal lifesaver. Its smooth surface is more efficient at collecting clean rainwater. For storage tanks in porous terracotta tiles. Huh? Terracotta. Okay, thank you. No, I said it wrong. You could pipe up and say anything. It's fine. I'm not bothered. Because a lot of times I pronounce things incorrectly, so I'm glad that you helped. Thank you. Terracotta tiles. Australia. All right. Yes. Lightweight. Metal sheets weigh significantly less than tiles, approximately 5 to 10 kgs and versus 40 plus kg per square meter. This allows for lighter, less expensive roof framing. It makes it easier to install on long span on modern designs. Longevity. Modern treated steel zunacalium is highly rust resistant and can easily last 30 to 70 years with minimal maintenance. Today, roughly half of all the new Australian homes are built with metal roof cement, sealing the status of the country's primarily architectural vernacular. Okay, so there's some fun facts about Australia. By the way, I always loved Australia. It's really a fascinating place. I knew about it because of the crocodile hunter. I knew about Steve Irwin. He's very brave for what he did. All right, and all right now at this point in time, we have reached a stopping point for the night. We'll go here. All right, everybody. Thank you all for hanging out with me, and we had a very great stream. I appreciate the different, the back and forth, the different thoughts about the different topics, and really cool hangout. And hope everybody has a good evening and afternoon, day, wherever it is where you are. And thank you, Todd, for the updates, and Delight for your commentary, and peace. And also shout out to Mary Toodles and also Moki for the helping out the channel, etc. All right, and everybody else that subscribed and watching, appreciate you all too. Okay, now I'll be going.